Welcome back. Today we have our next installment as we work up to the infamous interrogation video. This video will be covering a lot of the witness interviews that detectives Chelsea and Scott interviewed on the day of the incident or the few days following afterwards. And just so everyone remembers, the day of the incident was on February 24th, 2020. So, any day subsequent and around that, that is the date that is in question. And on the interview lineup, we have Brian's first interview, then we have an interview with one of George's friends, then we have an interview with the property manager, and we have an interview with one of George's brothers, two neighbors, and then Brian's second interview a few days after the interrogation. All of these audios came from the same channel, which is Rabid Dog. They have a great timeline video that has all of this footage and all of these recordings. So I've used clips from this channel in the past, but I haven't actually sat down and listened to all of these interviews from start to finish. And it'll be interesting to see the timeline in which they interviewed these people so that you could see how they started to form a picture together in their minds. So we'll be like traveling along with them. These interviews are all audio, so I've overlaid some body cam footage from the previous incidents that we've gone through just to provide something visual. Warning, this is a commentary channel, so I will be talking a lot. You'll be fine with that, or you won't, but you will survive. So let's get into it.
Today's date is February 24th, 2020. The time now is approximately 15:25 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. I am currently located in my unmarked agency vehicle in front of 4748 France Lane, apartment number 3 in Winter Park, Florida. Also in the car with me is my partner,
Scott Lowen, Detective of the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And your name, sir?
Brian, 175.
Okay. So, Brian, to my understanding, you were called over here. So can you just take me back to this morning and your involvement with Sarah, which is your ex-wife?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes. We've been divorced about a year and a half.
Okay.
Well, I started calling her probably 10:30 or so. It's her day to pick up the kid, but
Okay.
it doesn't always happen. 1 or 2 days a week, maybe she gets them.
So much for that outstanding mother that she always portrays herself to be. And remember in the body cam footage earlier, which would have been earlier this day, that she kept saying, we live 50-50, he's over here all the time, because that's when she was trying to paint George's family as vicious murderers, of saying he's here all the time. Lies.
Out of the 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
And what do you like every other day you're supposed to?
Well, we're supposed to. She's Monday, Tuesday. I'm Wednesday, Thursday, and then we alternate Friday through Sunday. Is how it's supposed to. I was actually my lawyer back a couple weeks ago because I was looking to get it changed because she can never stick to it. There's always some reason why. So it's general that I start calling her around to find out if she's actually going to get him, even though yesterday she told me she would. So I started calling her about 10:30. Never got any answer until...
Now that detail is interesting to me because Sarah said that she ignores calls from Brian because he likes to blow up her phone or whatever.
So you think you got out of bed after 11 at some point?
Yes.
Okay.
So after he called, like, maybe 3-4 times, maybe 5, I finally answered, and that's, like...
Do you think you were sleeping and missed those calls?
No, I ignored them.
You ignored them?
Because
okay.
He's notorious for blowing up my phone.
Okay.
10:30 being the first call is significant because she said she ignores them, not that she missed the calls, meaning she was awake. And she said she was awake, but she never just went downstairs until around 12:30ish. She was awake at 10:30. And you mean to tell me for that, at a minimum, obviously I think she was awake for a lot longer than that. Odds are she didn't go to sleep at all because I think that she was up all night trying to talk her way out of this and think of a BS story that could hopefully be believed by someone. No one on this planet, but maybe someone from Mars will be on the jury. I'm not sure. I can't say. I'm sure there are Martians in Orange County, Florida. I'm just going to put that out there. Anyway, she was concocting this story, so she was up at least 10:30 in the morning. You mean over 2 hours, 2.5 hours, nothing clicked in there for you? It's one thing, she should have just said she was asleep the whole time until she got up and then went down and then figured this all out. But her saying that she was up, getting ready for the day, collecting her thoughts, all of that, you don't notice that your boyfriend is not making any sounds anywhere? Of course you notice. Like, me going down this hypothetical is trying to make sense of things that can't make sense. So then let's just back up. She was awake at 10:30 in the morning. She knew he was dead at this point. She was still trying to figure it out. And by the 5th or 6th time he finally called her at, what was it, 11:49? Oh no, 12:49 is when she finally called him back and picked up the phone. Or picked up the phone and then called him back.
So I finally got a hold of her at 12:49.
And did she call you or you call her?
No, I called her. I'd called her at 11:25. I did that twice. I always call twice because generally she's asleep or whatever. And then I called her 2 more times at 12:21, and then I called her again at 12:49, and that's when she answered.
Okay.
Freaking out, saying that George was dead, and could I please come over? So I told her, you need to call the police. Mm-hmm. And went and got my dog in his crate and everything, and started heading over here. She called me again at 12:54 asking if I was going to be coming over.
So she calls back at 12:54. 12:49 was the first time she picked it up. So exactly 5 minutes later, she is calling back to make sure he is coming over. If there were any chance for George to be safe, we all know there isn't. But those 5 minutes are also crucial. But that just shows you that her phone worked and that she knew how to call back quickly when she wanted something.
I'd left yet. I told her I had already left. I was going to be there in a couple minutes. So I got here, knocked on the door, walked in just right in the front entrance area. Told her once again, you need to call the police.
Was she on the phone with anyone when
Not
you
yet.
saw her?
Not yet.
Okay.
She was shaking. She was trying to get herself something to drink because she was just like freaking out. So
There that is again. She was trying to get herself something to drink. I do not think Brian would say that if she was just drinking the Dr. Pepper like she tried to portray to the officers when she got there. If you have a Dr. Pepper, you're opening it, it's there. You don't have to try to get you something to drink, it's there. But if you are trying to make a mixed drink, then you actually do have to put in effort and have to try to make that drink. You have to find the components, you have to put the components together, and now you have your drink so that you can calm down. Also, me personally, I've never gone to Dr. Pepper when I need to calm down, but to each their own. And that might also explain why she had her hand over her mouth a lot during the whole first body cam footage. There's a million reasons for that, I think, but one of those reasons, she probably didn't want them to smell anything on her breath, and that's why she was so anxious to get that Dr. Pepper off the back porch. If she was really that thirsty, she would have gone for water in the first place, but she was honing in on that Dr. Pepper like her life depended on it. And if there was alcohol in that Dr. Pepper, that would make way more sense than not.
So that's when she got on the phone and called, and I said, I'm going outside because I don't really want to be in here right now. So I came outside and I sat in my car until people showed up, and
Okay.
it's kind of where we've gone from there. So
Okay. So you called her about 5 or 6 times before she answered.
yeah, which completely normal.
Normal to you. Okay. The rotation real quick. So Monday, Tuesday, she'll have them. Wednesday, Thursday, you'll have them. And then you rotate each weekend.
Yeah, well,
Like it's every other weekend?
how it's supposed to work. Generally, it's 1 or 2 times, maybe a week. I think she had him last Tuesday was the last time he was actually over here.
And spent the night?
Yes.
Okay.
It's probably another week before that.
What's your son's name? You think he stayed here last Tuesday?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was last Tuesday.
was, well then, okay, so you technically have him more than she does.
Oh yeah.
Is that where you're getting?
Yeah, that's why I said I was going to the
So even
lawyer.
though that's how it's supposed to be, you still have him.
Yeah,
the majority.
it's not a good day. George is in a bad mood, or whatever else reason. I think sometimes just she wants to stay up and drink and can't really do that if she's got to wake up and take him to school the next day.
Right.
Any number of different reasons. So. But,
Okay. How long have you known Sarah?
Since, let's see here, I was probably 23 or so when we met.
Oh wow.
Oh wow is right, Chelsea. Oh wow. Like, you have known her for decades at this point. And I think, like, in my mind, the way I interpret that is Chelsea seeing who Sarah is, seeing the situation as they is, seeing that their son is only 9 years old, probably thought that they have known each other maybe a decade or so. They had a kid, and he's kind of had to deal with her antics ever since. But no, he's been on this train for a while, which is also heartbreaking because when he first knew her, she was a completely different person. I have no doubts about that. Who he probably originally fell in love with is not the woman that we see today. And so when you've been together with someone that long, there is so much that you're willing to put up with. Not even that you're willing to put up with, but that you do put up with. And it is interesting that they were in a relationship for a long time before they finally had a kid. No judgment either way for that, but it's just saying there was a long time they were together without a child, that once they had a child, I imagine the dynamic completely shifted. And that's probably, honestly, when she really spiraled down into someone that he didn't recognize anymore. But that's just me projecting. Okay.
That?
Since you were 23?
Yeah. Yeah, so probably, 20 years. We dated for quite a while. And then got married, whatever it was, 12, 13 years ago, something like that. Well, I guess 12, 13 years ago before the divorce. So I guess like 14, 15 ago, something like that, maybe.
Okay. What can you tell me about her?
I don't, she's generally not, she can get a bit violent when she drinks.
Child, that is a way to open. If the first thing someone says when they said, tell me about X, and they said, well, X can get a bit violent when they drink. Now, I understand that he's probably filtering it through the context, like filtering the context of the question, saying, you're asking me about her, and I know that we are at a murder scene that had a very violent death occur. So I'm filtering my question to say, yes, she can get violent when she's drunk, but generally she's not like this. But even so, even outside of that context, the first thing someone thinks of when they come to mind is that you can be a violent drunk. That says everything I need to know about you out the gate. And the way he started, he was trying to defend her at first of being like, well, maybe she's okay, yes, she can get violent. And I believe he's probably had to do that in their relationship for years now, of right out the gate trying to apologize for her behavior. No, I know this looks a little weird, but, she is da-da-da. This is me reading too much into it now, but dang.
Not to this kind of extent.
Right,
I don't know what happened exactly. But,
right. No, I'm just looking for...
that was part of it. The alcohol has gotten worse and worse and worse over the years. That's one of the main reasons why I divorced her. I just couldn't deal with it. It got to the point where, on weekdays, she'd go out, and I guess the George person is one of the people she had met, because I separated at one point and went over to my parents' house to live for a few months, and I guess she met him over at the pool place or something like that. But I'd come back and we were in therapy trying to work it out, and on a weeknight when he's got school the next day, I've got work the next day, she was out till 3 o'clock in the morning when the bar closes, and she'd bring people back over on the back porch. One time some random person walked in my house and started screaming for Sarah at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning.
And honestly, that is like truly terrifying if you actually think about it. When you have a train. See, Train even knows. They would never let some stranger into their house at 3 a.m. trying to wake up Thomas the Tank Engine while they're asleep. That is dangerous. I know Sarah doesn't see anything wrong with it, just having any random stranger coming over looking for her. I mean, he already just admits that she was openly cheating on him without a second thought. Doesn't care if she has a family or not. Doesn't care if she still lives with that family or not. That just sounds like the most messy, dysfunctional relationship that he has to try to hold together somehow. And I think he says that that was the last straw of like this stranger entering his home at 3 a.m. while his child is sleeping would have been my last straw as well.
We're trying to sleep. Yeah. I just couldn't get over it.
So did you still live here?
No. I bought her out of our house.
Okay.
I was going to just sell it and move because I kind of want to go back to College Park, which is where I'm from, but
Right.
I thought it would be maybe easier for me if I just bought her out and kept that house so we had a little bit of continuancy, kind of.
Yeah. Understandable.
So that's what I ended up doing, and then she moved right down the street here, so.
So it looks like everyone has to adjust to her lifestyle, which then we see becomes a trend.
And how long would you say the alcoholism has been a part of her life?
Well, I mean, it's always been a part of her life. It seemed to have gotten worse and worse. I think more or less kind of since we had. And I think a lot of it was the fact that she kind of, I guess, maybe felt trapped or something.
Okay.
That, I mean, before that, I mean, whenever she wanted, you're outside having a drink. Oh, I want to go play pool. You go over across the street, you play pool for a little bit.
Yeah.
That's not happening anymore when she got a kid.
Right.
So.
How old's your son?
He is 9.
And that's what I figured. It's always the parents who throw their kid around, the ones that you can tell aren't as involved as they say they are, who throw them around to say, look, I'm this good person, I'm this, I'm this, that, who are the ones who actually have the least amount to do with the child. And I somewhat understand where she's coming from of she lived this party lifestyle, she did this, she did that, and then when you have a kid, all of that stops. That's what a lot of people don't get. If I'm talking to anyone young out there, I don't know how many young people I actually have who's listening to this, but yeah, becoming a parent is your life ends. Their life begins, and now you form a life with them, with their life being the priority. And I know that's not always fair, but that is what good parenting is. And she doesn't seem like she was able to give up her life to raise him. And it's not saying you can't have that balance of finding your own and doing this and doing that, but it's true. You have to make sacrifices when you become a parent, if you're going to be a good parent. And then once you've raised that child with the right values, when they feel safe, when they feel secure, when they don't think some random stranger is going to come into their home at 3 a.m. yelling, we're just assuming, because we're only hearing Brian's perspective, that the son didn't hear it. But he very well could have been. That could have waken him up if it woke up the dad. Odds are it woke up everyone in the house if someone's screaming. And then the dad has to explain these things to him because the mom isn't going to do it. And she's not going to change her behaviors in order to adjust to the people around her. They have to adjust to her. And then in these divorce letters that have happened for her other case, she says that Brian is turning her son against him in parental alienation, which is a thing. It can happen. That's not what's happening here. To my understanding, the son doesn't want anything to do with her because he knows what she's done and knows what she does do. So,
but I mean, she started just getting really angry when she drank a lot. She said last night she fell asleep. There were plenty of times where she just basically passed out from drinking. So,
So you've witnessed her pass out from drinking?
Oh yeah.
Okay. And when she passes out, is she like out cold?
Oh, she's out.
Like how difficult would it be to like wake her?
Well, I mean, if I were to like shake her or something,
Right.
I could probably wake her up. But me making a phone call or noise probably wouldn't do it.
Okay. And would she be like in the middle of doing something and just like out cold, or would she go to bed
Yeah,
and
it would
just be out cold?
Yeah, she wouldn't like fall over or anything. It would be more of a lay down and then she just out.
Honestly, that would have looked way better for her. If she had just passed out on that couch mid-record or whatever, then it's like, okay, you were doing something horrific, awful, but it doesn't mean you intended to do that. You passed out because you were belligerent, and this is a pattern of behavior that you have consistently throughout your life of you get too drunk and you just pass out. But no, you didn't do that. You walked up the steps and then you passed out, quote unquote. So this wasn't just some accidental pass out, I don't remember what was happening. You were lucid enough to be able to make decisions, to make choices that got you up those steps. And that is what makes it second degree depraved heart murder. Not just that, but just to have this little side tangent conversation, because I've seen some comments of why is the second degree murder and not first degree murder? First degree murder requires premeditation, and premeditation, they say, can happen in an instant. It's I'm, hiding from someone and I say I am going to kill this person when they come around the corner. They do that, I do that. That is first degree murder. I premeditated and then I took that action. Second degree depraved heart murder is you may not have intended to kill them, but you were doing an action that you knew had a strong possibility of death or a total disregard for his human life. Meaning you didn't care one way or the other if he was going to die. So you did not have the premeditation of I am going to end this person's life, but you did something so heinous without any regard for their human life that death was almost inevitable. And that's what we have here. I don't think she planned to kill him. I really don't. I think she planned to torture him. And that apparently, if you look back at all the things that have happened across their relationship, that tracks. She does extreme after extreme after extreme to punish, control, manipulate him. And he kept coming back. And he didn't leave. And I don't fully blame him. There's nuance there. Apparently he, had just moved from Philadelphia down there a few years prior. So some people believe that there was some alienation of he didn't feel quite welcome or at home there or what have you. And he was also living with alcoholism and struggling with his own addiction. And he met someone else who was in that same struggle. And when two people who live with alcoholism live together, they don't think they live with alcoholism. It's just them being who they are. So you have an enabling couple who only finds acceptance in their own relationship. And as we found out, Sarah doesn't really have family. Parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, all passed away. One brother in the Marines. One brother in the military and one brother in jail. When she said in the past that she always encourages him to go over and see his family, I don't believe that 1 minute. I believe she wanted to isolate him as much as she felt isolated. And so that they could cohabitate, commiserate, and spiral together. But as Brian said, when you have one who gets violent when they're drunk constantly, and then you have another one who has shown to be reactively violent when they get drunk, I still haven't seen him being the primary aggressor in anything. If anyone has that evidence or even stories of he was controlling, he went after her because of this and because of that, anything that aren't just Sarah Boone's words, which she has been proven time and time again to be an unreliable narrator, then I'm open to expanding my mind to things. But right now it seems like he was very reactive violent, did not hold back against being attacked. So she would hit him, he would hit her back. And that's kind of this toxic relationship we see, which is you hurt me, I hurt you back, you hurt me back harder, I hurt you back harder. And through this hurting each other, this cycle of pain, we become closer to one another. And there's that really toxic belief of, and she says this in the interrogation a lot, of her trying to fix him and things like that, and trying to claim ownership over making someone better means that you claim ownership over them. And it means that it's okay if you take their breath away on a stair. You're not really strangling them. They're just calling wolf because you wouldn't actually kill them. So they just need to take it. And then we have another thing here with that same exact scenario of she's zipping him up and she's laughing at him while he is saying he can't breathe. And she says in that interrogation, I'm going to talk about it for a good while there, where she says it was him crying wolf again. She saw no issue in doing what she did to him. So that's why I don't think it's first degree murder, because I genuinely believe she did not think what she did to him would kill him. She thought that she could punish him again and again and again.
Right. Okay. What do you know about her and George's relationship, if anything?
I mean, I think she had him arrested like 5 or 6 times for domestic violence. I mean, he's stuck a steak knife in the back of her leg one time.
Okay.
He's
been arrested. So has he always been the one that gets arrested, or has she ever been
She
arrested?
was also one of the times.
Okay.
One of the times both of them were arrested.
Which we did a video on covering the July 25th, 2018 domestic violence arrest where they both were arrested, mainly because the proof was undeniable that she should also get arrested. And depending on how I overlay the body cam footage, you may be looking at said footage right now, but you probably just can't hear the audio.
But all the others have been him, but the very next day she's in there trying to get him bailed out, so
Right.
I don't know. Basically, they get drunk, they get in a fight, she gets upset, she calls the cops. I mean, granted, I saw lots of black eyes, bruises.
On her?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I mean, there definitely was. Now,
Would you
Now, I am a Chelsea apologist, but she should not have over-talked that question, because he was about to go further into their abusive past of, I've seen things on her, I've seen things on him, she liked to call the police on this, and then he was about to go a little deeper onto what he thought was actually happening in the relationship in terms of abuse-wise. But she cut him off, and we're here.
see George as much as you would see him or her?
I hardly ever saw him.
You hardly
I honestly, I didn't like being around either one of them,
Right.
to be honest, and him more so. So,
Why is that?
Why is that? Yeah, I wonder why you wouldn't want to see the man who your wife was cheating on you with, which ultimately led to your divorce. Couldn't imagine why.
just I don't know. It's my ex-wife. She made me really mad with everything. How the whole divorce went down, and just, I mean, the way she acted and the way she changed, and the way they both are. I mean, what it's done and everything else. He's nobody I cared to see. Let me put it that way. I mean, it's not like I really went out of my way to it's just.
When you guys do drop-offs or anything, is it always through the school, or would you have to come here and see them, or no?
No, it's pretty much always during the school. Now sometimes she would come over or something like that. Sometimes he would be driving, but I mean, he would just stay in the car. She would come in, so I mean, really wouldn't see him.
So it's not like you have conversations with George. Okay.
No, I mean, maybe a few times when they've drunkenly called me at night because she was telling me she needed to escape because of whatever's going on, or she's put him on the phone, but I don't know.
Is that weird to anyone else? Not necessarily what she likes to say, the fleeing thing, but I'm going to call my ex because I need to flee from you. Hold on, let me put you on the phone. Hey, Brian, here's my new man. I need you to flee from him. Talk to him. And imagine it was this other thing that she always likes to do. You know how she likes to call people to go above them to force an action of, she called the police so many times and she said, please put the fear of the police in.
Please put the fear of the police in.
So you don't want to press charges? Okay.
Because she doesn't actually want anything to happen. She just wants someone to scare this person into doing what she wants them to do. And this probably seems like another thing. Oh, do I need to call my ex? Well, here, let me put you on the phone. As though Brian seems like the one who's going to post up and buck at someone if they're coming after them the wrong way.
When's the last incident that you recall of there being a domestic dispute between her and George?
I mean, she told me a week ago she had to escape from the house and wanted me to come pick her up. I told her I wasn't going to because I'm just tired of it happening. I mean, it was midnight. I mean, child's trying to sleep and just...
Right.
Honestly, I don't always believe her when she said these things were going on. And
She called you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, apparently she went back inside and slept well. Was in a fine mood the next day. I guess didn't really remember calling me, so I don't know if it was
it
just...
brought up again?
If it was just she wanted to come over to... I don't know, she keeps on trying to come over to, like, hang out or something like that, or she'll come over to spend time with rather than actually just having him over here like she's supposed to, but she wants to come over there and play with him. And so I'm not sure how real that was. Last time I know there was an actual physical confrontation. It's probably been a little while because this last time George got arrested, I know he was on pre-trial, whatever, something. I don't know. He had a parole officer. He had a domestic violence class. He's like...
So that's the last time, basically the last time he was arrested was the last physical altercation that you recall?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't know for sure, but I think so.
And you have any idea what year or month that may have been?
Back a few months, maybe?
A few months ago?
Yeah, something like that, maybe.
If it was a few months ago, this is February 2020, and the last body cam footage that we reviewed was on June 18th, 2019, which would have been a few months before this, and that's when he was arrested. So we know from that body cam footage, from the video we covered on that one, that she had him arrested because on the 15th, on the 18th was the body cam footage that we saw. On the 15th, there was a physical interaction, altercation. She called the police. She said she wanted to press charges, unlike other times where she'll drop it. She said she wanted to press charges, and there was like a pre-trial motion of no contact order. He can't be around her. Of course, 3 days later, he's around her. Allegedly, in the past, things like this would happen, and she would weaponize these no contact orders by inviting him over, being like, oh, you know, it's okay, yeah, come over, it's whatever. And then if they get in a fight or if he does something she doesn't like, then she calls the police and has him arrested anyway. This was another similar time-ish, kind of, because apparently he came over on that 18th, took her credit card and used it, which apparently she had let him do many times in the past, but this time was a no-no. We don't know why. She doesn't explain why this time was different, but who cares? Her money. Not really her money. She didn't have money. Her credit card, her debt money. So she can have her prerogative on that. She calls the police. Then she has them leave, being like, you know, everything's going to be fine. They go search for him at work, go search for him at his mom's place. He's nowhere to be found. Then he goes to her house again later that evening to return the card, and apparently they got into an argument, and she called the cops, jumping for joy as they arrive, and then instantly switches to, don't arrest him. I don't want you to arrest him. Why are you arresting him? It's not like I just called you twice in the same day. Why are you getting him arrested? Why are you arresting him? And then she tried to flip it and say it's the cops' fault, as though she was not the one who started all of this. I said that in my last video of someone taking your credit card when you've let them do that in the past, and I guess this is just a pattern behavior y'all do, and getting into a verbal argument. She says it wasn't physical, or no, she doesn't say it was physical or anything like that, which she hasn't hidden those details before. So I'm imagining if it was physical, she would have brought that up. But over an argument and the credit card fraud, I guess, calling the police just seems a bit extra for me. I mean, I guess I get it if you were in fear or in danger for your life or what have you, but if we're being honest, we know she wasn't. And this is another side tangent that I will hit on more in the interrogation video, but this happens a lot when you have an abusive relationship and things get better. And that's the unfortunate thing. That's the heartbreaking part about it, and that's why it's this cycle that never really ends, is because when you form a relationship that's built on this cycle of pain of we hurt each other just to know how much we love each other, then when you have this long, good period of time, that's not good enough for the abusive active aggressor. She says all the time, it was a great day. We were enjoying each other's company. It was a great time. And I believe that. I believe it was a great day. And coupled with what Brian said of when she drinks, she gets violent, she gets angry. She drinks past the point of excess, which then turns her into this angry person. And when you do that, all of those bad memories start flooding back in. She said that he was happy dancing with the dog, and I could see her looking at that being like, why are you so happy? Do you not remember what you did to me? You choked me that one time. You've been cheating on me on your phone. You've been doing this and doing that. And now we've revved back up into that cycle, which then results in other loud arguments, violent outbursts, etc. And that way it keeps the cycle going, and then you make up the next day, and that's how you know you genuinely love each other. And honestly, it stems from this false security of you can't trust when things are too good. You can only trust when things are good after the bad, so you have to bring up the bad again. And you have to make things bad so that you can believe that things are good.
I don't think it was incredibly long.
Okay. Like around the holidays of last year, before the holidays?
I think it was probably before the holidays.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember.
Okay.
Because oddly enough, there was like a 3-week period where she actually had all the time she was supposed to because he was in jail for a month or something like that.
Okay.
Because they wouldn't let him out.
Yeah. And you said when she drinks that she can get physically aggressive.
She can. I mean, she did it to me a lot, where she'd hit me and stuff like that. I mean, she's tiny. I mean,
Yeah. What do you mean hit though? Like open hand smack you, or like try and punch you?
Yeah, she'd punch me. I mean, more arms. She many times would use her claws. I mean, I had scratches on my neck at times, on my arms. I mean, things like that where she'd dig with her claws.
Okay.
I never got that drunk, and I had restraint. I never touched her back. I think
Right.
George didn't have that restraint, and at times he would hurt her back. So I mean, for all I know, all the times he got arrested, she started it. I don't know.
Another not great admission for Miss Boone. Honestly, that's not a great admission for both of them, because you can see that he's clearly minimizing what he's gone through. Anytime he was attacked, she used a lot of arms, she used claws, dig into him, punched him. That was the first thing he said, is that she punched him and then would use claws. And because he says multiple times, he tries to qualify it with, she's tiny, she didn't do this. That's not what's bad about this situation. It's not the damage you do, it's the damage that you were intending to cause. And she tries to cause damage to people multiple times. And she's probably used this excuse of her being tiny or whatever all her life of, I can't really cause harm to you, so it's okay if I go all out because that's not really hurting you. And then when someone returns with the same or more violence, then it's, I can't believe you would do something like that. You ragdogged me. You were trying to kill me. All the while neglecting to mention or even acknowledge what they've done as an aggressor. Can't wait for the jury to hear that one.
I wasn't there, so. But I know she could get violent at times.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't know. It wasn't anything too much. I mean, just.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you don't feel like she was a huge threat. I'm assuming, right?
No.
Yeah. Like you could handle yourself.
Yes.
Does she drink daily?
I think pretty much.
Okay. Do you know like her drink of choice?
That would be vodka.
Vodka.
Or wine, but
Okay.
vodka is the big one.
And I bet money that's what was in her Dr. Pepper that she wanted so bad. And honestly, I'd be willing to wager she had vodka last night. Her saying they shared a bottle of wine does not add up to how drunk, how cottonmouth, how belligerent she was presenting. But add a bottle and a half of wine and a bunch of vodka, now the dots connect a little more.
And does she or George have a job?
No. She hasn't worked for over 2 years.
2 years. That would be 2018. And if you remember from the 2018 body cam footage, she had just said when she was getting arrested, I just started my job a week ago.
I mean, like, seriously, like,
I literally just started my job a week ago.
Go ahead, sit down for me.
I literally just started my job a week ago.
So you mean to tell me, since you got arrested and that time you had a job the week prior to getting arrested, which we don't even know if you did have a job, but you said you did, you didn't work anymore besides that. I could not imagine. What do you do all day? Like, that existence has to be so monotonous, repetitive, and yeah, that would make me violent too if I sat there and did absolutely nothing but drink all day long. Drink and yell at people? Child.
Well, I guess you could maybe call when he's got a job. He worked at the Ace Hardware up across the street here.
Okay.
Which is now going out of business.
Okay.
He kind of off and on worked there. When he did work, it was 15, 20 hours a week, something like that. I mean, my alimony and stuff basically pays for where they live. So, I mean, they didn't need a ton, but I mean, she was always calling to borrow money, and but it's been like 2 years since she got a job. She keeps on telling me she's looking, and she's always finding the good opportunities and everything, but
Right.
okay.
Do you want to take it?
It's my dad. Just
Sure,
one second.
yeah.
Hey.
Okay. When you came over here, I know you said that she called you freaking out saying he was dead. Did she give you any more, like, did you ask why or how?
She told me that they were playing last night or something, and he got in the suitcase and she fell asleep.
Okay.
That's all she told me, so I don't know anything beyond that. So she didn't even tell him that she's the one who zipped him in there. Of course. Well, because she was trying to get him to come over there. Oh, yeah, he got in there and I fell asleep. He got in there on his own. I have no idea what happened. I just woke up and he was dead. And then as things come out more, it's, well, actually, I zipped him in there. Well, actually, I zipped him in there after hitting him. Well, actually, I zipped him in there after hitting him and kicking them down a flight of steps. Like, Jesus Christ. She's not going to tell anyone the truth ever.
Okay.
And I really didn't talk to her much because I came inside, I told her you need to call the police, and then I came back out, and I think she went on the back porch to smoke a cigarette, so I didn't even really talk with her much.
Oh, like she was going outside this. Did you see her take a cigarette?
Yeah, she was going outside with a, well, I also know when the cops showed up, she kept on telling them she had a cigarette burning out there and she needed to go put it out.
Okay.
But they were keeping her away from stuff, I guess.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, she wanted me to come back there with her. I was like, I'm going out here. I don't really want to be in here, so.
Right.
That's an interesting detail to me because now I'm thinking, what did she want with him back on the porch? Like, why did she want him to go back on the porch when she was going to go have a drink and a cigarette? Obviously, the surface level answer is she wanted to take more time to convince him to help her out of this, of, if I can just talk to you more and more and just tell you, look, we have a child. We can't do this for him. You have to help me get rid of this body or do something or protect me, save me. You've got me, you've bailed me out any other time I've had issues for 20 plus years. So I need you here to do it one more time. And he wouldn't do it. He finally set his line, made his boundary, thought of, unlike her, he actually did think about their child and did think about what was best for them. And if he sat there and tried to help her clean this up, then that child loses both his parents. So he did the absolute right thing of saying, this is your mess. This is your murder scene. You call the police. You get them over here. I'm not doing anything. And that also confirms that she wasn't doing CPR like she told on the phone. Because that's a lot to happen in such a short amount of time. She's saying she found him or at like 11:30 or something, 11:45. When she calls him, it's like 12:49, as he said. She called him back at 12:54 to make sure that he was on the way. He gets there. She tries to get him to come in. He won't do it, saying, you need to call the police. I'm guessing within 5 to 10 minutes, she called the police. And in that time, she went out on the back porch. She got herself a mixed drink. She got herself a cigarette that was still burning when the police got back. And if the cigarette was still burning by the time the police got there, remember, she is shouting, hurry, 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 all of this time. So did did she have the cigarette out there beforehand, or did she have the cigarette out there when she was on the phone? Either way, we all know she wasn't doing CPR. She was too busy trying to figure out how she could talk her way out of this.
And that's when she went to call 911.
Well, she called 911 while I was in there. I was standing right in the foyer area.
Okay.
And I mean, it was apparently a pretty quick conversation, and that's when she started to go that way, and I just told her I'm going out front. So.
Okay. 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 So they were playing, and she went upstairs and went to bed.
I don't know
After
where she went. She just told me she went to sleep.
Or she went to sleep. Okay. You don't know where.
I don't know where.
You didn't ask more questions.
I didn't ask more questions. I leave that to you guys.
Yeah. No problem.
This house.
Well, I was in the foyer.
No, not today.
Oh, other than today. Before today? I'm trying to remember if I've been in there. I haven't even really been over here lately.
So it's been a long time.
It's probably been at least weeks, maybe.
Does he play baseball or anything yet?
We've tried to get him into sports. He's not a big sports person, really.
Did you ever play baseball?
He didn't play baseball. Well, I mean, I had him like a T-ball set and stuff like that, and we'd play catch.
Is it like a plastic T-ball set, or what kind of equipment did you have?
Oh, well, this is when he was like 3 years old. It was a little plastic thing I had in the backyard.
Did you ever buy him any baseball bats or anything?
I bought one for over here that Sarah said for St. George to like play with or something. That was like a year ago or something, maybe.
What kind of bat was it? Was it a wood bat?
Yeah, it was a wooden bat. Like I think it was like a junior size thingy. I don't know. It's something that I looked like kind of for his height or something, I think.
And just so we're clear, Scott is asking about this baseball so many times for a very specific reason. They would not hone in on this specific detail if they did not think it was important. So my guess is during their internal investigation, they're going through the house, they're seeing what has blood on it, what doesn't, and that bat probably does not look good in the context of what's happening here. Because we know from the ME that he has a large bump on his head that is not explained by the suitcase, allegedly. So they're probably putting 2 to 2 together with the bat. That's why he's asking him such detailed description. Did you get the bat? What kind of bat was it? Was it metal? Was it wood? What was the purpose of it? He's not leading him to the answers. He's trying to get more context around why is that bat in that house. Because that's another thing that a lot of detectives do whenever they're actually looking for the murderer or the murder suspect. They are saying, how did these two people or two objects meet on that day and time? So now he knows that the bat was bought for George and the son to play with, and that's why that bat was in that house and available for use. In this case, it seems like she must have done something to him with the bat.
Would you mind if I took a picture of your call log to show
Sure.
that you've all the
Do you just want to
attempts?
see hers, or you, like zoomed in on hers so you can see all those?
Yeah, that's perfect. So I'd say starting from today. I know her phone.
Did you text with her at all today?
Not today. I don't think I did today at all. That was last night. She was drunkenly texting me.
Last night?
Yeah.
What time?
That was 11 o'clock at night. I think that was
Last night was Sunday. What does it say?
Oh, that's Saturday. Never mind.
Saturday.
That was Saturday night when I was watching the baseball game.
Okay.
Yesterday was just that. She said her account was in the negative, so I transferred her a little bit of money to get her out of the negative.
She sent you. Oh, that was the morning. Okay, so she thanked you at 11:56 that morning.
Yeah.
Right.
Sunday.
Okay. What's the last thank you? What time? Okay, so just a few times.
Yeah, and then that one at
She left
12:01.
at 12:01. Okay, so afternoon, Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the calls. Do you need like?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Okay.
Yep, I'll start from the top where it has her information. Go ahead. You could scroll down, and that's
Okay.
fine. Perfect. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay.
I was hoping she would ask for the detail of, or like she would say the detail of when the last call was, because there's rumors that he did delete a call from the prior night. And I was really about to jump on it when he said that his last message that he received from her was at 11 p.m. the prior night. Because we know at 11:12 and 11:23, that's when both of those infamous videos were taken. But he's saying that those messages were from the Saturday prior, which obviously the detective saw and could confirm. But allegedly he did delete the call that she made to him at 11:47 the night in question. So after those two videos were taken, after she was belligerent in both of those, she called Brian 20 minutes later. I have no idea how her mind works. The way she oscillates between George and Brian mentally in terms of who she gives priority and care and importance and power to is mind-boggling. And that's probably how Brian has had to deal with her for years of this push, this pull, this she'll never really let him get out of her orbit despite everything, and then still puts all of this stuff on him. I don't know. There's something weird and wishy-washy there for me. The second interview of Brian's is going to be at the end. Also, just sidebar, this has taken so long on Brian's interview. I do not think I'm going to comment this much on the other videos, but it looks like this runtime is about to be disastrous. So I normally say this at the beginning of the video, but if you don't have a drink, if you don't have a snack, well, strike that. If you do not have maybe a carbonated or juice-based beverage without an alcohol content or a snack, get you one of those, because we're going to be locked in for a while.
Has he ever told you anything about her, like, witnessing anything between her and George?
He's heard arguments and things like that.
Okay.
He's not a big fan of staying over here, honestly.
Okay.
Just because they get in arguments and stuff like that. I don't think they've ever had a physical fight in front of him.
Okay.
But I know there's been arguments he's told me about.
Okay.
There's been times where I think things were starting to get to that point, and she has called me to come pick him up.
Okay.
And bring him back over to my house. So,
Yeah.
Which I will give her one good parenting point for that. Because, you know, there's parents who are in those cycles, that are in addiction, that are in all of these things. And to be cognizant enough to say, I can't take care of this child and I need them out of here so that they are safe, is unfortunately a step above a lot of abusive parents who will just do the drugs, do the arguing, do the fighting in front of the kid. So I do give her one respect point for that. Okay, 0.5.
she's generally pretty good about having me come get him if, which leads to me not having a life because I can't ever do anything.
Right.
So I can't go anywhere because I'm too worried about something happening and me having to be over here quickly.
Yeah.
And he's laughing through it, but that truly is tragic. And you can hear it in Chelsea's voice. She is empathizing with him as well. It's just hard, right? Because he's been going through the same things she has in terms of once you have a kid, your life changes, your life adjusts. Wherever he wanted to go, the things he wanted to do were halted when he had a kid. And since she decided that she wasn't going to alter her lifestyle at all, he had to pretty much completely give up his wants, his needs, his joys, whatever, is all surrounded now worry for his child and what could happen, because he's still doing what he can to make sure that she is involved in his life. But what can you do when you know it's not safe? And I've seen this in many cases before where those parents, they can't do anything. When they know that they are dropping them off with the unsafe parent, they are worried nonstop. They clear their schedules just in case they have to drop something to go pick them up. And it sounds like that's exactly what Brian had to do here. And that doesn't mean he doesn't love his son or holds any resentment towards him or anything like that. I don't believe that whatsoever. It just means that he has had to sacrifice his life and opportunities to make sure. And honestly, it's almost harder than being a single parent in my mind, because when you have to basically parent the other parent to make sure that they will parent your child, in addition to parenting your child altogether, he has to be there for when the son comes back and has to decompress with what that son just went through. How was spending time with your mom over there? Oh, it went great until X happened. Or it was fine, but Y happened. I don't really like going over there because Z happened. And now all of those X, Y, and Z's are on your mind every single time you send them back over there. So I really feel for Brian.
Okay, do you have anything else?
Yeah, do you know if she's ever had any issues with drugs in the past?
To my knowledge, she's never really been a drug person. She's big on alcohol, but I don't think she's ever done. I mean, I think she told me like one time, like back before we got divorced, that at I don't know, this bar thing over there across the street near the Walgreens, whatever it's called.
Okay.
I've never been there, but somebody gave her a little bit of cocaine, like 2 years ago or something like that. But I've never known her to do drugs.
What about George?
No clue whatsoever.
She's never complained to you.
Which honestly is a little shocking, because normally when you see scenarios like this, there's more things involved. It might be primarily drugs, might be primarily alcohol, but normally there's a cross-contamination between both. And here it looks like this is all from alcohol. And alcohol is a depressant, so you are just depressing yourself and intoxicating yourself 24/7. So that's a lot.
No, that's not to say these things don't happen, because I try to keep myself out of and away from them in general, but
Right.
Which vehicle is yours?
the Prius right up here.
I
In front of us?
Yeah.
What does that stand for?
That is what I got sent.
Oh,
I know
really?
it looks like a vanity thing. No, that's just this last time they, I guess, sent me a new plate, and that's what was on it.
Awesome. So you can make that up whatever you want it to be.
I could.
Tell them it's for racing. You're going to.
Yeah, that you're racing.
Yes, racing in
Your
my Prius.
I'm not saying you win. I'm just saying you race.
Oh, man. Okay. Anything else, Scott? Okay. Is there anything else that you think is important for us to know that we have not asked you? About either George or Sarah?
I don't think so.
When, I mean, you guys have been separated for, what do you say, 5?
We've been divorced about a year and a half. We were separated a good 8 months before that or so.
So,
And we had been separated one other time before that, before we got back together, and we're trying to do therapy, which didn't work at all. So,
How long has she been living in this apartment?
ever since we got divorced. So,
A year and a half ago?
no, longer than that then. Because I took over the house, I moved in there, and she moved here. Because I told her I was buying her out of the house. So I guess it has been longer than that. I think she just said she renewed, so maybe just past 2 years.
Okay.
That may be right.
I think she said she's been here like 4 years.
no, she's been with George. I don't remember what she said.
Yeah, she was with George before we were divorced. So
Yeah.
You can already tell Chelsea just does not like her. And I live. I have no idea what she was saying. She had Sarah at arm's length from moment one. She calls it as she sees it, and she's been right. You know, she may not make all the right choices here and there. She may overtalk people here and there. But that, honestly, interviewing and interrogations is only one part of being an investigator. And it seems like she's pretty good at everything else. So I'm not going to fault her for it. But of course, it's just as messy. She was together with him for that long while they were still getting separated and divorced. Just yikes. Honestly, I haven't heard anything about if Brian has been in any new relationships or not, and I'm not prying and I'm not asking anyone else to pry, so please don't do that. Leave that man alone. Let him and his child grow up and like try to have some kind of normalcy. But I hope he does find someone else. I hope he is, or if he's happy being alone, I hope he is able to find happiness and contentment. And I wish nothing but success for him and his son. And I hope their son grows up to be something above both of them. Honestly, not saying that Brian's bad in any ways, but I'm hoping that their son can overcome all of these things, all of this stigma, all of this mess to unravel mentally, socially, emotionally, all of it. And I hope he can thrive above it.
And any time that you recall when you guys were together, and she would be drunk, did she always like resort to getting angry? Like, is she an angry drunk, or would she like?
Her main problem is she can't stop.
Okay.
I mean, she can't go out and have a glass of wine with dinner.
Right.
That's not a thing she can do, because once she starts drinking, she will continue drinking basically until she out.
She goes to sleep.
Yeah.
If she were to be drunk, would she like want to play games with you? Like, did you guys?
Oh, there's a really good period where she is very good, but then she drinks past that and she gets into the angry bits.
Okay.
Angry drunks are so annoying to me personally, because I'm like, why are you drinking if you know it's going to upset you? I mean, I understand, but find you something that's not going to make you upset. That's just me. Angry drunks, you know, the happy drunks or whatever, there's so many different types of ways you can be when you're drunk. If you realize that you are an angry drunk, put that down. Go talk to Mary Jane. See if she can come over, talk to you, help you calm down a little bit. She's good for that, I think. Okay, next.
Okay. All right. Okay. Can you just raise your right hand for me? Do you promise and swear everything we've talked about has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. This ends the recording 15:52 hours.
So that was Brian's first interview. I know there was a lot of commentary there. It's because there's a lot to break down there. And honestly, I can't even remember Brian's second interview. Like I said, it's been a while since I've viewed any portions of these, and I haven't watched them from start to finish yet. So the second interview, I only know vaguely one or two things that happens there, so I'll be interested to see how that changes when we get there. But up next, we will be moving to, I believe his name is Abraham, and he's supposed to be a friend of George. And the order of these interviews may seem a little random, but it is because I believe how Rabid Dog has set it up is this is the time in which they were conducted. So they moved on. Technically, actually, in between this, they interviewed Sarah. So they did Brian's interview first, then Sarah's, which I already did a video on, so I'm not going to put that back in here. And then they interviewed. All of these interviews subsequently are after interviewing Sarah, which is something to keep in mind as well.
Approximately 11:45 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. I'm currently located at 4704 Lucier Court. In Winter Park, Florida, 32792 at the Tealwood Park Apartments Complex in the front office. Also with me is, can you state your name, sir?
Abraham Moreno.
Okay, and your date of birth? So with me is my partner, Detective Scott Lullen with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Okay, Abram, prior to us going on recording, I was informed by Melissa, who's the property manager, that you knew Jorge Torres.
Correct.
And you were explaining that you knew him from Philadelphia when he was smaller.
Yes.
And then now you, I guess,
Reconnected.
reconnected
When I started working here in October
in October of last year?
of last year.
Of 19. Okay.
Now, this is wild to me. So, a childhood friend of George's just so happened to move to Florida and get a job at the apartments where George lives. I don't know. That's giving me he was meant to be there at this moment in time. So, I want to hear what he has to say.
So, you said that you last saw him, you said it was last Tuesday?
Last Thursday.
Last Thursday. Okay, thank you. So last Thursday was the 20th?
Correct.
Sound about right? Okay. Now, what can you tell me about George and Sarah's relationship?
They had an on-off rocky relationship, which was physical on occasions. I'm aware of the fact that George had a probation officer. He was in anger management. And again, they had their good times, their bad times. Sometimes he would instigate the situations. Majority of the times, Sarah Boone instigated the situations. And she ended up with bruises. But that's more of him like kind of pushing her off of himself.
Okay. And that's what he told you?
Yes.
Okay.
And she verified it as well.
Sarah verified with you?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a lot to break down in there. So, this is what I'm talking about listening to this for the first time. What I like hearing is, I said earlier, someone give me some proof or some stories that George initiated this, and here we go. So we know that sometimes George initiated the violence or arguments, what have you. And he confirmed that because he told this friend Abraham himself. However, then Abraham quickly follows up saying, a majority of the time, Sarah Boone started it, and he went full government on her name to make sure you knew exactly who he was talking about. So, still not good on George, but this is confirmation that he did start something sometimes, but that also a majority of the time, Abraham believes Sarah Boone started things, and that some of her injuries came from George defending himself. So I definitely want to hear more of this.
Did they both drink a lot?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
In excess.
What?
In excess. They didn't drink to drink. They drank to sunrise to sunset, all the time in between.
Okay.
All the time in between.
Okay.
And that tracks with what everyone else says, that they drank constantly, they were always drunk, and as Brian says, as she drinks to excess, she gets angrier and angrier and more violent and angrier. So he even says there's that sweet spot where she is nice and she's in that good spot, but then when she drinks to excess is when she gets violent. And we saw that even in the 2019 body cam footage when she had George arrested, that George is fine the whole time. He's not combative. He is very even-tempered from start to finish. And she goes on an absolute roller coaster. And she tells the cops, because they instantly ask her, have you been drinking? And she says she just had a drink.
So I'm guessing you called for a reason, right?
You told me 24 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but you do realize he's here, though, right?
Just trying to talk it out.
Okay, have you been drinking?
I had a drink.
Okay.
I kind of want to give you a hug.
No, you don't need to give me a hug.
Yeah, you're kind of big and berry.
No, that's okay. No hugs today. Go.
George! I'll do whatever I can.
Okay.
George! Babe! I had no idea.
Jesus Christ.
Babe!
Stop screaming at him. Back inside.
George!
Go back inside. Go back inside. Jesus.
Do you need Jesus right now?
I don't. Just go inside and call mom and pop.
How's Henry over there talking to him?
Henry's the property manager. He's not.
Hold up, wait a minute. Y'all gotta go. Okay, it's done when it's done.
Why are you screaming for?
You need anything with me?
I need you to go inside like the past 5 minutes.
We need the phone number.
Goodness gracious. All right, go.
George!
Her behavior when she drinks is all over the place. It'll be bubbly and cheery at once, then it'll just be yelling for no reason, then she'll instantly switch on a dime and be upset, and then she'll be upset and angry, and then she'll be upset for herself, and it's just all over the place. And you can even see in there the police are like, "Why are you yelling?" That is her natural state. So imagine just being in a relationship just at that apartment because they both don't have jobs. So they're just there with each other, drinking to excess as she gets angrier and angrier and goes all over the place. So George probably had no idea what to do. I'm sure when it's good, but you never know when that switch will flip. And you see how quickly it flips within minutes on that body cam footage. And remember, she's the one who called the police. She is the one who brought them there. Yet she is the most animated, big, over the top one there. And the fact that the cops didn't do anything about it shocks me, but I guess they couldn't, right? But all the warning signs were there.
Did you ever see them physically fight?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen them physically argue?
I've seen them argue,
Okay.
but no physical contact.
Right. Has George confided in you about Sarah? About anything she's, I know you said that they both, sometimes
He notified me, he had told me on a couple of occasions where she called the police on him and had him put out. A couple of times he ended up getting arrested over it. And that she was the reason why he was taking the anger management courses and stuff.
So I'm sure the anger management courses actually helped him, but this does feed into what we've talked about in previous videos about that LAV abuse. So legal administrative aggression or violence, or when abusers manipulate and utilize legal systems or hierarchy administrative systems in order to perpetuate abuse on their victims. And so we know sometimes, especially since there's that admission that he would start things, that was very much necessary and that she was in the right for doing that and trying to protect herself and all that good stuff. However, we also know from the last video that leading up from 2019 to 2020, when he was murdered, she had called the police on him 16 times. He had only gotten arrested a few times, but she kept doing that again and again and again. And as she said in the past, or in that other body cam footage, please put the fear of the police in him. It looks like she would use that just to do that. And in that last 2019 body cam footage, when she told them, it's done what it's done, you all have to go away, she's probably used to being able to send the police away. And when they didn't do that, she gets way more animated. And I don't even know who the show was for. The show was probably for George. It was probably for the police. It was probably for herself. But she puts on a show regardless of whenever the police arrive. I don't think I've seen an interaction that has felt genuine when she's interacting with the police. Of course, the body cam footage that we've seen is probably the most damaging, but also, why are you having that many run-ins with the police in general? Anyhow, that's neither here nor there. And from what we saw, George would never try to press charges back on her in any instance. Even though oftentimes he had his own markings and scratches and bruises, he would not try to press charges back on her. To my knowledge, I don't think he ever did. Even the time she got arrested, the police did that on their own because they saw the strangulation marks on his neck. So she would press charges. His record looks worse because she would take it further and further. If he did the same, who knows what could have happened. Maybe she would have been stopped earlier. I have no clue. And I'm not putting that onus on him. It's just saying that the absence of that in her record is not because she's innocent.
Because a couple of weeks ago, he was still working at the hardware store on the corner until they closed.
Right.
So he's been unemployed for like 2 weeks, and that's because the hardware store closed. She made it sound like they were both unemployed for the same time. She's been unemployed for 2 years, and he was unemployed for 2 weeks. Just keeping that as a mental note, because she just sounds and portrays herself as so superior with this very undeserved sense of accomplishment over doing nothing. I guess she's really proud of cleaning the apartment, although the apartment through that video looked a little dingy to me. So whatever her version of clean is, she takes pride in that. She should have put her superpowers to good use and just become a bartender or something. It is not that hard to get a job if you really want one, depending on what you're willing to accept. I remember I worked in the service industry for like 6 years while working myself through school. And yeah, it's not the best, but you can pay the rent. That's why always tip your servers. Side note, I know you don't want to, just do it. Just do it. If you ever have something bad that happens in your life and you're like, why did this happen? Think about the last time you were rude or did not tip a service worker. Now, of course, there's nuance. Sometimes these other places have you tipping for breathing, but no, like I'm talking about the actual restaurants, bartenders, that kind of service. Give them the tips. They ain't got money for it. But she would have been perfect there. She could have done her little flirtatious thing. I know the drinks would have been hella strong. She'd been having everyone falling out, but you can't drink them yourselves, so that's probably why.
And that's where me and him would have more of our conversations than anything else. I'm going there to get stuff. Now it's just me and him, one-on-one.
Right.
She's not there to create this situation.
Okay.
That's also a warning flag to me, and it really does reveal who has the most control in the relationship, depending on who feels comfortable saying what around whom. So what I'm getting here is when she wasn't around, he felt more comfortable revealing, whatever and just talking more candidly. And he said when Sarah wasn't there to create a situation, meaning I'm guessing she would interject, over talk. If he was talking about something he didn't like, she would try to overtake the conversation. We can definitely see that because that's what she does now, where the conversation has to go where she wants it to go. And if it strays off, she's going to swing it right back around. And it can never be more in depth that doesn't involve her. Meanwhile, if you flip it, again, I'm waiting for proof to show me wrong. And I'm loving that these interviews are really filling in the gaps in my mind. But from what I've heard, she's not afraid to say anything around him. The plane had words to say as well. So to my understanding, she's not afraid to say anything around him, which wouldn't quite track if he is as abusive as she proclaims him to be. She would be more worried of what can I say around who, yada, yada, yada. And that's not always the case, but it is very rare that the victim of the abuse has the control of what the abuser says in social situations, from my experience.
And so, just correct me if I'm wrong, you said that sometimes he would instigate it and sometimes she would instigate it?
Yes.
Okay. And he admitted to that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when, did he confide in you about like their last physical argument or fight?
The last physical fight that they had, she mentioned it to me, Melissa, and Mr. Gene when she got arrested. When we were all standing outside, and she's like, I want to speak to you. And Gene walked over to an officer and said, is it okay if she speaks to us? They said we would prefer not, but that is her choice.
Right.
We did not ask her any questions. She had told us that a couple of days ago they got into a fight where he grabbed her by her hair and dragged her down the steps.
Okay.
And that would probably be a day or two before this situation happened.
Whoa. A lot happened there. At first, I thought he was talking about the last time she got arrested, which was like in 2018. No, he's talking about the crime scene 2 days ago. Whoa, okay. I need to put this together. He is saying, because I said earlier in that film that there was a rumor that she was going around telling the neighbors other things while the police were still showing up. And so this is that more context. So the police were already there. And you remember she's asking for water a million bajillion times. Everyone's telling her to sit down. She's saying, my property manager's over there. They're saying, don't talk to anyone. Sit down. What he is telling me is that she went around and talked to people anyway. Of course, because that's what she does. She doesn't really listen. She does what she wants to do. If she has it in her mind, she will do it. And he is saying that she went around to the other property manager, to some other neighbors, including Abraham, and told them that 2 days prior to George being murdered, George drug her down the steps by her hair. Now, who knows if that's truthful? There is a percentage chance that she was just saying that to form her own narrative. However, I'm just going to say it's true for right now, because that paints even more motive and context to this. You're telling me that it was this happy, fun-filled day, that we've had some really great days lately, that it's been good, but you just told all of these neighbors and workers the day of the incident that it wasn't good. That 2 days prior, he had drugged you down the steps by your hair, which then maybe it was still a good day on the day of the incident. But like I said previously, of that cycle of abuse of, oh, we are happy, but wait, why are you happy? You abused me. You did all of this to me and all that to me. And then we amp up and now we're angry again. So the idea and or fact that he did that just a few days prior is huge to me. And I imagine they're going to call all of these people up to the stand and they're going to repeat that. She's going to deny it, I'm sure, but she thought she was playing a game and being smart by going around and telling people, I am the actual victim, because she wanted to deflect from George, but not realizing by her trying to make herself the victim, she actually gave herself motive to want to do this, and that no one has actually seen her as a victim from the beginning of all of this. And if it were just one-sided and she were abused, this battered spouse syndrome, that kind of thing, it would make a little more sense. She's going to try to pull that out of her ass now. But with your track record, with your history, the fact that every single person we've talked to, regardless, some people see George as abusive, some people don't. Regardless, whoever has talked about their dynamic has always placed Sarah as an aggressor as well. So, balancing these all out, but that is a huge, huge admission in my mind that 2 days prior or a few days prior, George had drugged her down the steps. So everything was not as happy and fun-filled as she is claiming.
Before the situation?
With the suitcase.
Okay, so when did you talk? When was that?
She was talking to us outside Monday afternoon.
Oh, Monday. Okay. I
Monday.
thought you said the last time she got arrested, and I'm like...
No, when she got arrested, well, when everybody was at her door.
When we were investigating.
When you were during your investigation, because you was typing in the car.
Okay.
She was talking to us outside. There was a young officer at the door.
Yeah.
You better snitch. I know that's right. Because they told her not to talk to anyone and she did it anyway. So Chelsea and them were already on the scene. I imagine they had already talked with her, or in some level of this, while they're doing the investigation, and they told her to sit her ass down. She's going around. She's talking anyway. Because it's what she wants. And that's all that matters.
Who heard the conversation.
Okay.
Because he was only but 20 feet away.
Okay. So she told you what again? One more time?
That they had gotten into a fight. He grabbed her by the hair and dragged her down the steps.
2 days prior?
Probably about 2 days prior to that situation.
So that would be Saturday.
Yeah, over the weekend, yes.
Over the weekend.
Whatever took place over the weekend, Saturday or Sunday.
Okay.
Whoa. Saturday or Sunday. This happened on Sunday. I don't know why I knew 2 days prior, but my mind had placed it on Friday for some reason. But literally, it could have been the day before. If it was on Saturday, because she's blurring the lines on when this happened, right? Most people believe that he died on Sunday night and that she knew. She is telling them that she only knew on Monday. So everyone is going to be placing their timelines a day ahead of what we in general believe it actually is and what we believe she believes it is, because she messes up the date a lot because she did not place it the way that we placed it. So in her mind, he did die on Sunday, and you're going to see that again and again and again, where she doesn't know the date anymore because she gets lost in time frames and different kinds of abuse and trying to keep up with these different lies, that it all gets jumbled up and mushy. However, the details like this is what's going to nail it home. So if she said 2 days prior, over the weekend, this happened, which again, she was setting this up to make it look like she was the victim, when really it just leads to more motive. It shows she did this the next day after being attacked by him.
Then she told us that they were playing hide and seek. He went in the suitcase, she zipped it up, and then she went upstairs and passed out.
Have you ever noticed that no matter who is telling this story, when they repeat the narrative she gives them, he got in the suitcase, zipped it up, went upstairs, and fell asleep after playing hide and seek, there's always this long, awkward, drawn-out pause because everyone's waiting for the story to make sense. And when they just stop midway through and like, that's it, that's all there is, no one knows what to say. And I see it every time. I don't think anyone has been able to just hear that story, accept it, and move on. It's always been this long pause of, someone please say something else to make this make sense.
Did he ever confide in you, like, what he did? Like, for fun? Besides, like, the drinking, like, is there other activities that he did? Did he ever tell you, like, oh, I'm trying to get into this?
They actually used to do a whole lot of arts and crafts inside of the townhome. And they did a lot of it with her son. Kind of, there wasn't a perfect relationship, but they tried, I guess, in their own way.
Right.
Okay, now things are coming together a little more for me. So they used to do artwork and crafts, so it's not abnormal for them to do that. But he's saying with their son normally, and honestly, her whole story sounds like it's for a child. She says, we did this, we did puzzles, then I told him to do crafts, then I told him, let's play hide and seek. This all sounds like a child's afternoon. And so I'm wondering if the story she concocted was anchored in truth of things that they have done, but done with their son. And now she is trying to impose that on this night, just without the son. So maybe they were working on the puzzle beforehand. Maybe they had done arts and crafts. I don't know. They could have done all these things on the same night. But because of the infantilization that she does to George throughout this whole story, he seems like a child in her retelling. She has to guide him from music to puzzles to artwork to hide and seek. This is just making me think about things. I don't know what this means yet, but I'm going to keep this mental note moving forward.
Okay. Is there anything else that he would tell you about him and Sarah's relationship that you think is important for us to know?
I think you actually know it all. They just had a very rocky physical relationship. On and off.
Okay. Did you ever see marks or bruises on him?
Yes.
Okay. Like what?
Scratches on the neck.
Scratches.
She has a repeated pattern of going for people's necks and throats, and it's wild to me. That is a huge threat indicator. If you're ever in an abusive relationship and they go for the throat and you've been choked, get out. I mean, you should always get out of every abusive relationship, but a humongous threat detector is someone who goes for the throat, trying to take control of someone's ability to breathe or access oxygen in any way. It can only escalate to disastrous outcomes. Leave them, please.
As I said, with her attacking him, he's kind of just
Trying to stop.
shove her back, but because she's such light skin, as soon as he touched her, instant bruises all across the arms and things of that nature.
Right.
And I've seen that a few times where someone who bruises easily will then weaponize them. If they are the primary aggressor, will then weaponize their own injuries or perceived injuries and make them just as equal weight as the ones that they perpetuate on someone else, just because their injuries show up easier than the other person's. But that's neither here nor there. You can't really rely on that. If the marks are there, you don't know unless you're an ME and can actually just like look into it. You don't know how it was caused, how much force, pressure, per se. So she bruises easily, so it could be anytime he defends himself, she will get bruises as well. And it could also be that she was hit every time she got those bruises. But I have seen that people have manipulated that if they bruise easily in the past.
Okay. So I don't know if you've noticed or if it's been before, but the door, there's like a bunch of markings on the door. Have you ever noticed that or no?
On which door?
Their door.
Their front door, the very front metal door.
I haven't looked at it,
Okay.
but I know if I was to look at it, I could probably tell you what it was.
Okay. We're just curious if, like, since you had been working here, if you noticed it or saw it
No,
compared
because
to.
they had keys. Now, they probably slamming doors back and forth and had an argument. I know of one instance where her ex-husband showed up, but that would probably be around November.
Wait, why are they not talking about that more? So he knows, so there's marks on the doors. No one knows where the marks come from. They could be from arguing. They could just be dirty. You know, it could be for any reason. But he's saying he would know if he saw it, what it could be, and that the ex-husband showed up one time. Now, we know the ex has probably been over there multiple times to pick up the kid, but when he says showed up one time, that tells me, like, he may have been involved in one of the arguments, because she said that she would call him all the time when she needed to flee, when she needed this, needed that, so he may have gone over there one time. I wanted them to ask, do you know what happened? Because maybe George talked to him or told him about it. So that might have been a missed opportunity. Why did Brian go over to the house in the time that Abraham was talking about? If it was in regard to their son, doesn't matter. If it wasn't, I want to know.
Okay. Anything?
Have you, has he ever talked to you about any damage inside the apartment that he needed help fixing that he couldn't do?
No.
Have you ever really been inside their apartment?
Yes, I have. I do basic work orders, like change the verticals, patch up.
Have you seen any damage that looks like it was caused by either one of them?
How did I say? It just looks like normal wear and tear of a unit.
Well, I noticed on the first floor there's a half bath there.
Yes.
There's like two or three patches on that door. Do you know anything about those patches?
No, not the door. I did the patchwork in the ceiling, and that was due to a leaking air conditioner.
Yeah,
The door would have to have been super recent.
Oh my gosh, these details keep getting wilder for me. So he says he's done work orders, I guess kind of regularly, but recently there's been 3 patches on the bathroom door. So what happened at the bathroom door? And by patches, I imagine they mean like holes or something from either someone getting thrown in there, someone kicking it. And that makes sense in an abusive relationship. It seems like someone would go to the bathroom to hide away and someone else might try to kick the door down. I don't know. There could be a million reasons why those patches are there. For someone who claims their house is so clean and that there's nothing to do, their house seems to be just as bruised as they are.
One night. I did hear about that.
Yeah. All right.
And you said has Sarah confided in you where George is not there? Or is it like...
The most she ever did was, we're fighting, we're arguing, he's always arguing with his ex-wife over the phone. I just tried not to get in the middle of that.
Okay, so he had pseudo heart-to-hearts with both of them. I'm a little more weary for people who have only heard one side, because when you only hear one side, you only hear one side. But he's saying that even though it wasn't a lot, she did tell him that he was arguing with the ex-wife and things like that. So he got an idea from both ends.
Did you know his ex-wife, or was that prior?
Oh, that's well after. Because I lived down the street from George.
For how long?
93 to 2005.
So he would have started at, you said 14?
Yeah, around
So
there.
he would have been into his mid-20s.
Yeah, but it was me and my wife. And
Yeah.
trust me, she works for DHS.
Okay.
She was a child service kid.
Yeah.
My son is a Philadelphia police officer. Different circles altogether.
Yeah. That's what I was going to ask. How well did you know him up there?
Oh, not like I said, to me, he was just a teenager running around with the other kids. And I was like,
See him at the corner store and stuff like that?
yeah, stuff like that. Well, literally on the block, because I lived here. My brother-in-law across the street was my ex-wife's aunt, and then George.
Okay.
So it was, and then her mother lived across the street. So restaurants. So no matter where you go, everybody sees each other in the corners and stuff.
Now down here, was it just coincidence you got the job here, was walking through and ran into him and went,
Yep.
holy cow. Okay.
That's literally what happened. I was like, whoa, real small world.
Yeah, that's just wild to me. Because what? From Philadelphia to Florida? Is that like 15-hour drive? 15, 16-hour? Let me see. Yeah, that's like a 14-hour drive away. So the fact that they just happened to land in the exact same apartment complex states away, it's feeling divine intervention-y. I am a personal proponent of everything happens for a reason. And as heartbreaking as it sounds, from what I'm getting from this interview, he's given me the most interesting information that we have so far in terms of character development, background, depth. He's really clarifying a lot of things for me. So I think he is going to be a pivotal witness in this trial.
Do you ever go out and hang out with them, have
Nope.
dinner, go drinking? The only time we've ever seen him is when you're at work, either here on this property
Or when I would go to the hardware store. That's it.
Okay. Did you ever stay after and hang out in the apartment with them?
Nope. I don't hang out with residents.
Good.
I know that's right, sir. He said we keep it classy and professional over here.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you promise and swear everything we've talked
I
about has
confirm.
been true and accurate to
I
the
will
best of
confirm, I do not swear.
You confirm that everything we've talked about has been true and accurate to the
Yes.
best of your knowledge? Okay.
He said, I confirm, not swear. I love this character. I don't know. This is how you write a story, just so you know. You have a character, an ancillary character that comes in, fills all the background knowledge, has personality, and gets the job done. Sounding like a sovereign citizen. Is that lawful law? I accept for value, return for value. Daryl Brooks kept saying that, and it like made me laugh every time. Just side tangent for that, accept for value, return for value, because I had to look that up. That's basically just saying you're accepting whatever they're giving you, but you're negotiating the value. So you're going to give me this motion, this evidence, this what have you. I'll accept that for value, but I'll return that for value. Meaning I'm not going to accept it for the value you give to it, but I'll accept it, and then we can talk back and forth until we agree on what the value is. It's so stupid. Sovereign citizens are so dumb. That's America for you, coming up with dumb rules to outdumb itself.
This ends the recording 11:57 hours.
So yeah, Abraham was great. This was a great interview that reveals a whole lot. He confirmed that George did initiate violence and arguments sometimes. He also confirmed that Sarah told them the day of the crime scene that he had drug her by her hair down the stairs the night prior. And we only say the night prior because he said it was over the weekend. Wild to me. I said this all the time. She should have remained silent. She should have sat there and not tell everyone. But she's that type of person who has to control the narrative and has to get out their story and then make as many people believe it as possible, not realizing that that's going to come back and bite her in the ass now because she kept changing the story. If you tell everyone different stories, you are basically shouting at the police, I'm guilty. I'm right here. Me. Pick me. I'm the murderer. Moving on to the next one, we are going to be looking at Melissa, the property manager's interview. And I had the warning up top, but sometimes people forget midway through. But if you want these interviews without me speaking, the link will be in the description to Rabbit Dog. Go check them out. Otherwise, I'm going to keep saying words.
Today's date is February 26, 2020. The time is approximately 12:05 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. I'm currently located at Tealwood Park Apartments, 4704 Lucier Court, Winter Park, Florida, 32792. I am here with my partner, Detective Scott Long with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. And can you state your name?
Melissa May Sexton.
You are the property manager of this complex, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we had Kim in here asking about the tenants, Sarah Boone and Jorge Torres. And they have lived here, you gave us a date of February 9th, 2018?
Correct.
Okay.
That means by the time they both got arrested on July 25th, 2018, they had only been living there for 5 months. Dang.
You had told us that Sarah would confide in you about her and George's relationship. Can you tell us further what she would tell you?
Yes. Sarah, shortly after she moved in with George, she came to the office to talk to me. We noticed bruises and stuff on her, and she asked me if she could talk to me privately and asked how she would be able to get George off of the lease. Is there any way to do that? Which prompted, deeper conversation.
See, this is another weird move to me. She always goes around to people of power, authority, or influence to make sure that she, gets a story out. And it's not saying that she didn't have the injuries to back it up, but it is specific. It's weird to me. Me personally, I don't see what getting him off the lease would do. If you're saying like it's escalated to the point of this extreme violence, what is a lease going to stop him? I mean, yeah. So it's not going to the police and actually going through all the way with something. It's going through halfway, then pull back, then drop charges, then call again, go a little bit more, and then pull back again. And I get it. Sometimes people are just in that cycle, and it's more complex than that. I understand that. However, she makes them share a phone, her phone. He doesn't even know his parents' phone numbers, but she does. And she monitors his use on there because she said that he was, I guess, cheating on her through the phone. They live in the apartment that is paid for by Brian's alimony, but technically Sarah. And now she's cutting off another avenue of escape, as in the lease. So now she has so much control in this relationship that it messes with my mind, the dynamics of this, because she does have the injuries, right? She is getting attacked in some way, shape, or form. But then everyone characterizes her as the aggressor and angry. And then we can see it in the way she interacts with people, the body cam footage. I don't know. It makes me feel a lot of weird things, and hopefully I can tease that out through more information.
She proceeded to let me know and was showing me a lot of bruises and marks. There were handprints, scratches. She even at one point had to go to the hospital. Through multiple conversations that we had, it steadily progressed. She had a very large gash at one point in her shin. She had to go to the hospital and get that taken care of. I'm not exactly sure what it was from.
I think Brian said that she took a steak knife to the back of the leg. Don't know how you got there, but yikes.
But I think it had to do when they got into a fight outside and something got broke. I think it was one of their wine glasses or something. But, she came to me at one point asking, what do I do? Like, how can I get rid of him? I've never dealt with this type of situation. I just counsel her as she continued to come to me and explain to her that, she had to make a decision if she was going to stay with him or not be with him. If she, was going to try to work things out, they needed to seek out therapy, help, something. It wasn't too long after that last conversation that I found out the police had come and George was arrested. I don't remember about how long it was in between time, but there was another incident after that where they both got arrested, all for domestic. The complaints I've had throughout their whole term, roughly about 20 to 30 noise complaints, fighting, arguing, banging on doors, loud music. It was just always something pertaining to their lifestyle. I do know that I have seen both of them intoxicated as early as 9 o'clock in the morning, and I mean staggering, falling down intoxicated, both of them. There was a noise complaint that I had received about some fighting one day that was going on, and Sarah was actually wandering around the property very drunk, barefoot, not properly dressed. I'll say it like that.
If her crime scene is UGG and a motion shirt get up was any indication, I can definitely see a clear picture.
Sitting on the side of her building over by the retention pond. When I was told about that is when I approached Sarah, sat down, talked to her. I even had also separately went and talked to George and told them that once they had sobered up, I needed to have a meeting with them. The following business day, because this was a Friday, I do remember that, I went to see them Monday roughly about 12 o'clock. They were sober. They apparently had some epiphany, that they were going to straighten themselves up and start acting right. And they did very good for, well, basically until now. I haven't gotten any complaints since May of the past year,
Well, we know that there was at least 2 incidences in June 15th and June 18th, that involved the police. So at that point, it kind of looks like everyone just got used to it. Yes, the police will be here. Yes, they're going to get violent. Yes, someone's going to get arrested. No need to talk to the property manager.
But up until that point, the complaints were consistent, monthly, always.
Would you ever speak with George by himself? Like, did he ever confide in you about their relationship?
The one time where, like I was just saying, that when I talked to her, she asked me to go talk to him. But she's like, please go put the fear of God in him. Fear of God in him.
Please go put the fear of God in him. Does that sound familiar?
Please put the fear of the police in him.
So she runs and tells these people to put fear in him, instill fear in him, not to protect her, not to save her or get away from him or anything, but to make him frightful of what she can have done to him. That is so weird to me. Maybe it's a blind spot I'm not recognizing, but I don't know of many victims who believe they can get out of their abusive situation by their abuser being afraid of them, by getting other people to make the abuser be afraid of the victim. That way the victim can be freed or protected in some way. Or if you flip it, where the abuser wants to control their victim even more, they go to other people and say, I can convince them too. And they will do whatever I tell them to do. So the next time you raise your voice at me, do I need to have someone come and put the fear of God in you? And of course, I'm not just referring to the verbal arguments, because there's also physical involved in that. There's contention over primary aggressor, secondary aggressor, reactive violence, active violence, what bruises, scratches came from what incidences. So this is all super messy. However, I think one perspective prevails more than the other.
I'm a very stern property manager. I don't tolerate a whole lot of crap.
Right.
And she knew that, and she seemed scared of him at the time. So I said, sure, no problem, just stay here. I will go talk to him. I went over, sat down, talked to George. I talked to him for about 30 minutes altogether. And, George had explained to me that she was actually the aggressive one. And the reason she ended up with marks is, my perception of what he was trying to explain is that she's very hands-on, in the face, dramatized in talking and explaining or fussing or whatever they might have been doing.
Right.
All the footage we see of her, past and present, back that up. I don't think I've ever seen her have a genuinely calm interaction with anyone.
And I believe that because Jean, my assistant, doesn't even like to deal with her, would avoid her like the plague, because she was always drunk and she's very hands-on. There was one day, as a matter of fact, it was that same day that I talked to George by himself. She kept grabbing me by the arms to the point that I told her, I said, touch me one more time, we're going to have a problem,
And just add this to the list of people who say that she crosses boundaries physically. She is touchy on everyone. She's touchy on the property manager, property manager's assistants, on the police officers, on the other police officer. In the 2018 footage, she had to say, just don't scrape my arm again.
I get it. Make sure not to squeeze my arm anymore.
And then the past one in 2019 was no hugs for me.
I kind of want to give you a hug.
No, you don't need to give me a hug.
Yeah, you're kind of big and berry.
No, that's okay. No hugs today.
She tried to hug and touch up on George's dad, didn't like that she was crossing his boundaries, and then pushed him. And he is a more elderly gentleman, so this is like she's attacking an old man because he didn't want to hug her. It's wild. So she is a very physical person. Everyone agrees she is a very physical person, whether it's violent or not.
Either going to contact the police or whatever we need to do, but you can't keep crapping on her. I had asked her several times to quit touching me. And because of that, she would do the same thing to Jean, and Jean didn't like it.
Right.
So, that's what he was explaining to me, is she was always the touchy one, the aggressive one, not that she was hitting him, but she would be like in his face, or she might, push him, or, little things like that. And
so it sounds like when she wasn't getting physical on her own, she's very provoking. She's that type of person who will provoke you, get in your face, and then get mad when you react. And according to Brian's estimation, he would react. So it would not surprise me if they would get in like little small arguments. She would try to provoke him and keep going, and then yada, yada, yada. And even when he started arguments or violence or whatever, I'm not going to excuse anything that he started. But the ones that he responded to could have more depth than just she came out of nowhere, hit him. It could have been hours of provocation that led to that response. But that's me viewing in the light most favorable to the victim.
And she would block him from coming out of the room or whatnot, and he would take her and move her. You know what I mean? And just, that's the way he had explained it to me.
Right.
She has told me, even literally to Monday, I have been told by her several occasions that he has drugged her around by the hair of her head.
So 2 quick things there. 1, standing in the doorway, not really a victim move, but whatever. 2, she just said dragging by the hair as early or soon as Monday. So this is the few days afterwards. So after there's a few media coverage and whatnot, yada, yada, yada. So she is saying on Monday, just like Abraham, that she came up there and told her that he was drugging her around by her hair. So when she tries to step away from that and says everything was all good, great night, she has already contradicted herself. And so going into the interrogation video, I want to keep this in mind, that the detectives knew all of this and more, because they will have gone to the actual autopsy before that interrogation video as well. But they have already heard the contradictions in her original story by everyone else and how their stories match up seamlessly. Like Abraham and Melissa, they didn't get together and say, oh, let's come together and say that Sarah told us these horrible things happened to her the night before she murdered her boyfriend, and just buy into a story that is impossible to believe.
I've been, told about by neighbors. I'm sorry I don't have it anymore, but at one point a tenant actually sent us a video clip via text of them two fighting and beating on each other out in the backyard.
Beating on each other in the backyard. We also need to keep in mind, and I don't know the specifics, but I believe they are very similar in height and weight. I believe he may have been like an inch taller than her, but she may have been 3 or 4 pounds heavier than him. Heavier is not the right word, but you know what I mean. So they are pretty much on equal terms in terms of who has the physical advantage. So I imagine it was real fights when they got into it, and it wasn't just a one-sided beatdown.
There was another complaint incident about a ladder being propped up to the wall that George was using to climb over the wall to try to get back into his apartment, sneaking in and out. There was another night, sorry, I forgot to tell you about this too. I got a call for one of my vacants in building 24, 4724, which is not their building. There was a tent set up on my vacant back porch. And it's apparently where George was sleeping for a couple of nights because she had him out of the house.
So she kicked him out, and he was in. How did he get a tent, first of all? and he's just propped up in some other person's random backyard. That is sad. Like, so she knew when she was kicking him out that he had nowhere to go. I know sometimes he could go back to his family, but I imagine that was not frequent, that they would just take him back in, especially after they've been trying to pull him away from her, and he would keep going back to her anyway. And then, you know, putting that in the context of her wanting to get him off the lease, so then he has no right to be in that apartment at any time. So she can control whether he is on the phone or not. She can control whether he can even contact his parents or not, because if he does not have that phone, he does not know their number. And
It's alright, babe. George, give me your mom's and your father's number. Sarah, I don't know it. I don't know it. You don't know it? Ask. She knows. Sarah knows.
And no one else knows their number. So it's not like he can just get in contact with them unless he has that phone. That is her phone. Now she controls whether he can live inside the apartment or not. There's just so much power dynamics playing here that makes it really, really hard for me to believe that she is a victim at all.
I have another tenant here who may or may not speak to you, I'm not sure. For that reason, I don't want to give you her name just yet without talking to her, but George and her fighting a different evening had actually wandered into her home. He was so drunk and had no idea where he was, and when she came home, luckily her kids were not there because she's a single mother with 3 kids. George was actually upstairs in her house, hollering, looking for Sarah, thinking he was in his apartment.
2 things. 1, why is everyone such a train wreck in this story? How are you just going into random people's apartments? Why are people not locked? The Thunder is confused too. Because the more important question is, why aren't people locking their apartments? How many times have we seen people just walking into people's place? Which brings me to number 2. Why are so many random men walking into people's random houses yelling for Sarah? This is exactly what happened. What Brian said happened at their place, where on one random night, some guy just walks into their place and starts yelling for Sarah while their son is asleep upstairs. And then apparently George is doing the same at some other person's random apartment. What is happening? I need to know, how do we keep getting here? How do we keep getting to the place where people are yelling for you in the middle of the night in some random person's apartment? And that they're so intoxicated or inebriated that they think it's your apartment. Like, it's mind-blowing to me how absolutely obliterated you have to be in that situation, and to be in that situation multiple times. I just want to know, what does she do and then she flees and then people go after her? I don't know. To me, I've only seen people act that way when someone has something of theirs. Then they don't care whose house they're in. They are looking for you to get back their possessions or get back something from them. That's just me projecting. I have no idea why that was happening. I want to know why, because this is so weird. It's so dangerous. People, lock your doors.
So we've had some incidences with them in that aspect, but nothing has ever been so bad that, I didn't feel that we could resolve the problem. And like I said, we haven't had any issues since May of last year. No complaints, no nothing until this. So we thought, hey, they're doing great. Maybe they fixed their problems. I mean,
has she come to you since May of any issues?
No,
okay.
Not one time.
But then again, you did. Basically, they were told you're going to be evicted if there are.
Yes.
So it was kind of like tighten up or get out.
Yeah, it was put up or shut up. I was over it.
Yeah.
If it continued, I was putting them out.
Right.
So.
Did you ever see any marks on George?
No. Not one. Not one. George was a little bit darker skinned.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Would you see George as often as you saw Sarah? Sounds like Sarah came to you a lot more than.
Yeah. We would always see Sarah. As far as the only time I ever really saw George is the time when we actually got George to sign off the lease.
Right.
And he came to me and said, I can't get back in the house. She's got all my personal paperwork, because would you please have a conversation with her so that I can get my personal paperwork back from her? He goes, but do you have a set of bolt cutters for my bicycle that's out back? And I said, what's it chained to? And he said, it's actually chained to your AC unit.
Okay, so a lot's in there as well. This just keeps blowing my mind. So the property manager says she never saw a mark on him. Never. Not even one. Chelsea's like, how many times have you seen him? One time, basically, when she said, got him to sign off on the lease. In my mind, that means because Sarah went to her and asked, I've been beaten all these times, can you get him off the lease? And now the property manager said when they got him to do that, meaning they forced him to agree to sign himself off the lease, I don't think he would just randomly say, oh, thank you for asking, yes, without some persuasion of some type. So that is the first time she saw him, and she did not see any marks on him when she was getting him to sign himself off the lease. And so now that he's doing that, he's saying, can I at least get my personal paperwork that Sarah is holding in there and she won't give back? Also, can I get bolt cutters because she chained my bike to the AC unit out back? What? Again, I'm trying to filter this through the victim she wants us to see her as. I don't know any victim who's going to say, yup, I'm going to get away from my abuser by chaining their bike to the AC unit out back. I'm going to protect myself from my abuser by not giving them the paperwork they are demanding me give them that I'm just going to hold inside. Look, I don't know if you can hear the storm out back, but the atmosphere is fitting. When you try to filter this scenario through her as a victim, there's so many leaps and turns and justifications you have to make in order to make her side make sense. If you filter it through George being the victim or the primary victim in this relationship, everything kind of lines in place. It's not always a pleasant truth, especially when it seems like someone who was also very abusive in some manners can also be a victim as well, and can be a victim more so than the person who was also victimized by them. You see how messy this is? It's just it is complex. This is a complex case in terms of how toxic their dynamic was on such an obscene level where an outcome like this was bound to happen. Either this would have happened or one of them would have been locked up in prison for the rest of their lives for another reason. But there's no way this relationship dynamic ever would have worked out. And I always circle back to, she has so much power in a relationship she's saying that she has none in. And there's just no proof out there that he had power over her anywhere near the way that she has power over him. He didn't call the police on her. He didn't get the property manager and people on her. He didn't go around telling the neighborhood peoples about her. Like, yeah.
Yeah, no problem. I'll cut the lock. I'll cut the lock for anything attached to my AC unit. It's not supposed to be attached to that.
Right.
So I went out back and actually cut the lock on both of the bike locks because Sarah would not answer the door for me because she knew George was there. Once George was gone, she had actually, because Sarah had my cell phone number, being that I had already went through and just got out of a very abusive relationship, Sarah knew that because, I confided in her and explained that. She did feel a lot more comfortable in coming to me.
Yeah, I bet she did. I mean, this is how you know the manipulation took effect. It's not an uncommon tactic for people to find other people's weak spots, similarities, anything that's kind of sensitive to them, and then use that to their advantage. It's not saying that you can't care and hold empathy for that person's experience, but you did, and she did, capitalize anytime she could on that connection. So I bet she did feel comfortable keep saying, hey, come over here, you know me, we have the same struggle, now yell at him. Come over here, you know we had the same struggle, yell at him. But people can only do that so many times before they catch on.
So I told her if she ever needed someone, or it was an emergency, she could reach out to me and I would do what I could to help her. I felt bad for her. But after a while, when she just kept taking him back, I just told her, I said, you're just going to have to call the authorities. You're on your own.
Exactly, because she caught on to the fact that this was just a cycle, that she didn't actually want to leave that relationship or even stop the abuse in that relationship. She just wanted someone to control, recenter, all under the guise of, we have the same struggle, you know, this and that. And then she said, well, now you're going to have to call the police. And that's exactly what she did. She had a go-to with this property manager, and as soon as that stopped and the property manager wouldn't come back and instill the fear of God in him, she went back and straight to the police to instill the fear of the police in him. So, you know, it is what it is, but that's why it's so ironic and comedic gold that the same legal system she weaponized is effing her over in this entire trial. Well, they're not effing her over. They're actually just holding up a mirror and saying, look at yourself. Look at what you've done.
It's obvious you don't want it to stop. You know, he's not doing anything to get help according to you, and you just keep dealing with it. I mean, you know, there comes a point where it's just stupidity. You know, but that's the run-ins and incidences that I've had with him. I've never seen a mark on George, and he's never told me that she's hit her at all.
Okay.
But she has told me in front of him that he has hit her and things that he's done, and he was not denying it. He never denied it.
Yeah, well, everyone else who saw him regularly did see marks on him multiple times. That's just a fact. And they all described the marks that literally the ME found on his body after he died. They didn't see his body before he was zipped into the suitcase, so they wouldn't know why he would have all these marks, visible and not visible, all over him. So I'm not going to hold it against the property manager for that, but it is saying, look at this again through who could be the victim and who couldn't be. And not saying that specifically, but through the lens of most victims do not feel comfortable openly calling their abuser an abuser right in front of their face to an authority figure. I just don't see it happening. Meanwhile, I've seen and heard countless victims who felt uncomfortable and did not mention any time they have been attacked by their abuser.
Well, George and her both expressed to me on many occasions that they knew they needed help. You know, but I'm guessing due to their financial situation, not having any work, probably why they didn't do much.
Right.
You know.
When you saw them together, who looked to be like more dominant? I mean, did one seem to be more dominant over the other?
George. George was very confident. You know, he wasn't arrogant or anything. He, for the most part, stayed to himself. Like I said, there are a couple people here that he knew, you know, from, I would say, another life from Philadelphia. And, you know, George was the one I always seen driving the vehicle. George is the one I always seen playing with the child. You know, never saw Sarah outside playing with her kid, ever.
Okay, I'm trying to hear her out, but what she described, she says he seems like the more dominant one, and then says he's not arrogant. He drives the car more, which I can kind of see that could be the argument, but also I think he's the only one who had a job and had places to actually go, but that's neither here nor there. He's the only one playing with the son. That to me doesn't mean he's dominant, because she was definitely supposed to be taking care of her own son, and according to her, she does. According to her, she's an outstanding mom, and she would do all this, and she would do all that. Apparently not. So, and she even says he's not arrogant. So if he's not arrogant and kept to himself, I don't see how he is this overly dominant one. To me, it sounds like Sarah, around the property manager, probably played up a more submissive role, a more fear-based appearance in order to give that vibe and to contrast it. Because if she was saying that he was over talking her, or that he did, I don't know, anything that would assert dominance, that she's saying that he was the more dominant partner. But it seems like the absence of arrogance or fear or anything like that is her justification for him being dominant. I know I am like way too hung up on this little point, but those kind of power dynamics matter, especially when we're talking about the perception of a relationship. So him not being or not presenting as abused means he was the dominant one. It's how I'm reading it now. I could be off.
As a matter of fact, most of the time you would find him riding around the property on his bike unattended. No parents outside, no nothing. Because I had actually had a conversation with Sarah about that. And I said, you know, the kid was a great kid, don't get me wrong, he never did anything to get in any trouble, but it was more my concern for his well-being. You know, when he's all the way riding over here around some of these corners with the dumpsters, these people don't see nobody, and they sure ain't gonna see no kid on the road. So I had a conversation with her about that, and we haven't had any really problems. I can say I've only seen the bike away from her like that twice. She actually had secluded him to stay in front of the building, you know, which was fine. I just didn't want him all the way together. But yeah, you didn't see Sarah out at all. The only time I ever saw her, especially after the incident that took place with Emmett and his ex-girlfriend.
Who is Emmett and his ex-girlfriend? Did someone bring them up before? Are these people that I don't know or something? There's another incident? Okay.
It was more like a confrontation that took place in the office. She made an accusation on Emmett saying that he was trying to forcefully, like, I don't want to say rape, but he was trying to push himself on her.
On Sarah?
On Sarah. She made that claim.
Some tenant? A different
Yeah,
tenant?
another tenant that knew George from Philly. And they confronted the two of them. You know, I will say Sarah held her ground when the girl confronted her and asked her and said, you know, don't lie to my face. And Sarah said, yeah, he did, you know. So
I just can't take Sarah on her word for anything. So what is this now? So it looks like these people had an argument in the office one time because Sarah accused this Emmett person of trying to assault her in front of his ex-girlfriend, which is like, okay, on the surface, you know, maybe it happened, maybe what have you. But then you're like, okay, so he knows George. He knows George from Philadelphia. That complicates things for me a little bit. Of one, how is this happening? When is this happening? Y'all do nothing all day but like terrorize your neighborhood and stay home and drink. Not saying this couldn't happen. It's just saying, you know, the context seems a little weird since y'all always seem to be around each other. Two, this person seems random. We've never heard about them again. It doesn't mean that couldn't have happened. But also, if they're going off of just Sarah's word, I'm always going to side-eye it. And unfortunately, that's where you are. If you have this many crying wolves, this many false allegations, this many redirects, and we also know that Sarah is incredibly touchy-feely, hi baby, no baby, all over people. I'm not saying that means she's asking for it or anything close to that. But I am saying that she has no problem crossing people's boundaries. And who knows what that scenario is. It also could make sense that she crossed boundaries with him. And then, you know what? No, I'm not going to speculate anything like that. All I'm going to say in short is this situation and scenario seems fishy to me.
I was surprised because she knew that girl was over butt. And she's larger than me. So, you know, I was like, oh my gosh, okay, well, maybe there's some truth to that. But it ended up, you know, just fizzling out. It was no big deal. After that situation took place, you really didn't see Sarah too much. She was pretty intimidated.
And that's a pattern of behavior too. Like she always tries to cash checks that are too big for what she's saying. And then when the check bounces back, she hides away and tries to deflect and act like, oh, you know, we're not going to bring that up anymore. In contrast to any of the times she's right about what she's gone through, she will not let something go. So if she actually thought she was slighted or actually thought X, Y, and Z, she would not put it down.
Those two folks are actually a pretty large family that I have living here on site that actually took up 4 units at that time. So the whole family lived here. You know, it's a little intimidating.
She sure does like to pick fights with full-ass families. Why don't you leave these people alone? and then backs away when it's like, oh, y'all are mad? Oh, okay.
So after that, we really didn't see a whole lot of her.
But before that, they would hang out periodically. You said.
The other two families, no. They just knew each other from
The
back in
couple.
the day.
Oh, the couple did?
The kids did.
The kids?
Yes,
did.
that's what initially prompted it, and then that accusation was made
Yeah.
during that same time.
Okay.
So,
Okay, so tell me if I got this right or wrong. What I'm hearing from this is that the families aren't that close now, but that they knew each other from the past, from Philadelphia, you know, small world, all that. And both families, I guess, were acquaintance friendly, as in both of them knew each other until Sarah made this accusation, and then that relationship ended. If I'm, you know what, I'm just going to say how I feel. This is no factual basis or anything. For me, I think she saw that that was an old childhood friend and she wanted to get in front of that relationship. She said that one of his friends was assaulting her, ruining that entire relationship, further isolating him and making sure that he can't leave anyone, that he has no support system, no friends, no one but her. Now, that is all me pulling it out of my ass. That's just the feeling I'm getting right now from what I'm hearing, and it tracks with this pattern of behavior because this allegation comes out of left, right field for me. But again, I'm not there, so I have no idea. So obviously I'm speaking from a displaced position, and this position is allowed to be more judgmental and ignore some context that might be there because I just don't know all the context. However, this feels like another manipulation control because the outcome aligns in favor for her. I don't think these childhood friends family were ever going to be her friends family. And that might have happened where she tried to be buddy with them too and they didn't like her. Now it's, oh, well, you tried to assault me and I'm going to make the big stink out of it. I'm going to have your ex-girlfriend, who's larger than me allegedly, get it and scream in my face so that you have to believe that something bad really went down and we can't see them anymore because they don't like me. And I need you to protect me.
and when it comes to the kids on my property, I stay very involved with them. We have some issues with our bus routes and all kinds of stuff, and we had some kid vandalism being done, broken glass bottles. They were pulling glass bottles out of the trash, breaking them, thought it was fun. And one kid told on another, then the parents got involved. It became a little bit of an issue, so I had to get in the middle to squash it, you know. I didn't want anybody fighting on the property or kids getting hurt for that matter. But that's it.
Is there anything else that you think is important for us to know about Sarah or George that we haven't discussed?
I mean, no, I don't. Nothing really. Her nickname's Drunky the Bear. I mean.
Damn, her nickname is Drunky the Bear. I already know y'all are going to have a field day with that one. Be nice to her. I will say Sarah Boone's farm still sends me to the grave every time. Y'all are way too creative. But Drunky the Bear, They don't say that about George. For me, I feel like George is one of those more reserved drunks. Well, actually, no, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like he is as eccentric as Sarah, because we know she goes to the umpteenth degree when she gets drunk. So Drunky the Bear made her reputation brick by brick, PBR by PBR, Natty Light by Natty Light. I know she just drinks the nasty stuff. I just know it. That, like, what? She had that Chardonnay that was low-class grossness on the night of. That would probably make me angry, too. That nasty-ass wine. No, that's rude. I'm sorry.
You know, literally. We know they drink from sunup to sundown.
Would she ever, I know she confided in you a lot, would she ever admit that she was an alcoholic to you?
Yeah.
She would?
Yes. I wish I still had my text messages. She sent it to me on text. I know we drink too much and she had told me that George one time had enrolled in AA and was getting help.
Whoa, I didn't expect that. So Sarah admitted she was an alcoholic? Well, not really, kind of. She said, we drink too much. That's not admitting you're an alcoholic. That's admitting, oh, I may have a few too many here and there. But then it seems like she pivoted to saying, well, George is getting an AA. Have you noticed she has never, not once, said anything that she has done to correct her actions. She doesn't see anything wrong with her actions, but she's never gone to AA. She never went to anger management. She never did any of these changes. And it also seems from everyone we're hearing that, yes, George was abusive and did some terrible things as well, but he owns up to it more or less. For the most part, he is the most honest abuser I've seen, who actually just said, yep, I did that. Yep, I did that too. Yeah, that was awful. Let me, get into these classes. Let me do all this. Whenever he's been arrested, he's been just calm. So I don't know, maybe he is just this clever mastermind 4D chess level abuser, or the situation is not how she's portraying it to be.
Now, brother, that was any truth, I have no idea. A lot of stuff like that I just take with a grain of salt.
Right.
I think she was more concerned about the image that was being put in my head for them, and I think she was just trying to paint a prettier picture.
Now that tracks more. She does say anything and do anything to save face, to make it look like it's not as bad as she knows it is. Which, that is a natural thing to do, more or less, but just reinforces that pattern.
Because I will say, it was like a week later, she was drunk. And when we go, inspecting the property and walking around different projects, we do a lot of pressure washing throughout the year. We do that a couple of times. I ride around the back sides of the buildings, checking everything out. We've got a property drainage system back there. You always knew, because you'd ride back there and you'd hear them 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, they're drunk, falling down, cutting up. My God, I can't imagine being drunk like that all the time. Jeez.
Exactly. It sounds just like a cyclical hell almost, like this existence of constant intoxication, retaliation, provocation, just all of it, never ending. There is no way this could have ended well for anyone. And honestly, it makes sense why Melissa's laughing. It makes sense why Brian was laughing. Of course they expected this. This had to be an outcome. Out of all of these things and all of these behaviors they've witnessed that Brian has experienced over 20 years, I'm sure he's not shocked that this is how it ended up at all. And I think his laugh was also in disbelief of like, of course this is what happens. I have to parent her to see if that she can parent my child. And I see her do this push and pull with this abusive man that she can't let go of and can't get away from at the same time. And then she kills him. Like, of course that is. Now I have to readjust my entire life and our child's life in order to somehow clean up this mistake. And he finally said, no, I'm not cleaning up your mistake anymore. Our child will be okay without you at the end of the day. And I think he resigned himself at that moment. Because of the fact that he told the police everything up front made it seem like, to me, he instantly was not going to try to be on her side in the sense of trying to get her out of it. And I believe she thought he would be the entire time. And that's why at the end of her interrogation, she says, someone needs to call Brian, as if he was going to show up, and they said, okay, yeah, you're right, we'll let her go.
Okay. Can you raise your right hand for me?
Yes.
Promise and swear everything we've talked about has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Sends are recording 12 to 20 hours.
Okay, so that was Melissa, the property manager's interview. I'm going to have to take a break because this has been a lot, and then I'm going to have to come back to this. And the next interview is going to be of George's brother. So I'm excited to see how that turns out. Not really excited, but just have anticipation of what he might reveal, because these interviews have been mind-blowing for me. I mean, it just shows everything that she said is a lie, right? Like everything. And we knew that, but we didn't know how much. And the fact that everyone else's story all lives in the same house and she lives in the next country with her story, no. They are going to drag her through the mud in this trial, because every single one of them, and there's like 20 plus witnesses or something in total, and these are just a fraction of them that we have. And in her hard discovery, remember, she has all the depositions, all the emails, all the transcripts, everything that the prosecution has, she now has in hard copy paper form. And she has to go through and she has to read that and come up with her own strategy on how to deal with Melissa, with Brian, with Abraham, with every other witness that's going to be involved. And she's not going to be ready because she has done nothing with her case. These are the people that are the most important to this case because these are the third-party people who witnessed things, who are actually providing commentary and adding context to things that she will not bring up and that other people just don't know from a scientific level. Like all the tests and all of the other procedures and things that they've had done surrounding this case cannot tell you her background history that these interviews have revealed. So we have the brother coming up, the two neighbors, and then Brian's second interview coming up. And I know that this isn't going to be any kind of break for all of you guys. It's just going to play in a few seconds. But for me, I'm mentally keeping myself updated. So I will see y'all back here in a few seconds. All right, we're back. It's the next day. So I'm excited to see the brothers interview and these neighbors and Brian just to get their perspective. I'm sure, I don't know, we don't know much about his family whatsoever, so I'm interested to see what he has to say.
Today's date is February 26, 2020. The time now is approximately 13:22 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. I'm currently located in my unmarked agency vehicle outside of yard in Orlando, Florida. In the car with me is my partner,
Scott Lower.
And in the front seat is, sir, can you state your name for me? And your birthday?
31.
Okay. And you are the brother to Jorge Torres Jr., correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It came to my, your parents had explained to me that you had a conversation with George a few days ago. Do you recall that specific date?
Yes. It was Sunday.
On Sunday. So Sunday, we're looking at the calendar together, the 23rd?
The 23rd.
Okay.
Okay, so we kind of knew this already, but this is just confirmation that George did talk to his brother on that Sunday night, leading into the Monday when she finally called the police. But literally just hours, we know he was in the suitcase at 11. This happened at 7:30 or 7:23, whatever he just said. But the interesting part about that is Sarah didn't mention that. To this day, I don't think she's mentioned that. She says that she called her son and then they called his daughters. I don't think she's ever mentioned that he spoke to the brother. And I don't know why.
Okay, so February 23rd, you guys had a conversation. Do you recall what time that conversation took place?
7:30. Well, it finished at 7:30.
Do you remember when time it started? Do you by any chance still have it in your call log?
Does it do it when... So it had to be 7:30. Because when you call, it clocks it. It doesn't do it at the end, it starts it.
It starts it, and
so
then it tells you how long you talked for.
So it was 7:30 then.
Okay. If you do have it in your call log, I'd love to take a picture of it if you still have it.
It's Monday. Sunday right here.
So it'd be Sarah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
if you click, I'm just gonna...
Yeah.
There we go. Do you mind if I
Yes.
take a photo?
No, it's fine.
So tell me if I'm wrong for feeling this way, but on the call log, his number is put in as Sarah. And they shared a phone, and I know it's primarily Sarah, so it's not weird, but that just means no one had, quote-unquote, George in their phone at all as the contact. They all had Sarah's contact name in there. And I'm sure that's not for everyone, or it may have been for everyone, I don't know, but it just makes me feel weird that the only way they could talk to him is by calling her number. For someone who has no power and is being so abused in this relationship, the only way his family can contact him is by calling her. And that's not by accident.
Okay. And so it says you received an incoming call at 7:30 and you guys spoke for 4 minutes.
Yes. We was talking, I was playing dominoes with my kids and my wife. And at first I wasn't gonna pick it up. Then I picked up.
Okay.
Because they were always fighting and stuff with the alcohol.
So he almost didn't pick up because when they're on the phone, there's always arguing. Is that not weird to anyone else? So whenever he's on the phone with someone else, they don't even want to pick up because they believe they'll start arguing. Meaning she doesn't care if he's on the phone. He doesn't get that boundary. No matter what time, what location, whoever has his attention, it's go time. Anytime she wants to fight.
He started talking to me, he was calm, so I was like, oh, okay. So I put it on speaker. So my kids are there, like, they're joking around with him, and he was joking around with them. And we're talking, and then he's talking to me about when we was kids. And then, like, a couple minutes after that, that's when I hear in the back start arguing with him. No, I have to call my brother. I have to talk to him. And he's like, no, I'm talking to my brother. It was her phone,
So we know the last conversation he had with his family now was around less than 5 minutes. So he's on this phone for less than 5 minutes, and she hears him on the phone, and immediately she needs the phone because she needs to call her brother after she finds out that he's talking to his brother. No, I'm sorry. Like, going back on another me tangent of no facts or whatever, I'm just speaking from my feelings, because I can do that and it's my opinion. She didn't like that it was a good conversation. She didn't like that. I have a belief that she does not like him being happy any other way than besides her, or allowed to be happy when she doesn't give him permission. She hears him having a good time on the phone with his brother, instantly needs to take the phone back. And you hear how he said, well, it's her phone. She wants to tell all of us and tell all the police, yeah, we shared a phone, we both used it. No, you controlled it. And everyone else backs that up. Whenever you want it, quote unquote, your phone back, doesn't matter what he's doing, you get to get it back. And if he doesn't give you it back, you're going to argue in front of the people. And she's doing that intentionally, knowing that whoever is on the other line is going to hear them arguing, so she can paint her own narrative and yada, 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 yada. Again, me personally, I don't know how many people who are claiming they are the sole abused victim who are shouting at someone on the phone with their brother. Am I wrong? My experience, I haven't seen this. Most of the time, victims do not want to agitate their abusers and oftentimes want as much space from them as they can get, as much safe space. Them being on the phone means their attention is not on you. However, you inserting yourself and refusing to let their attention go away from you, and you trying to take something from them, would make them more aggravated, aggressive, what have you. That wouldn't be like a victim blaming type thing if that happened, but it's saying it looks like she intentionally seeks out to do that, to rile him up, to make things agitated. I don't think I've ever seen a situation where someone has said, Sarah has come in and calmed things down. She always enters and brings things, makes it bigger, and just a huge firestorm by the time she enters.
And then she starts arguing and telling him that, no, tell him what you've been doing to me, you choked me, this and that. But he was calm, and he was like, okay, I gotta let you go. And then he said, I love you, and then I told him I love you. And basically that was it.
So he talked with his brother for less than 5 minutes, had a good time with his nieces and nephews, I believe, or whoever was on the phone. She heard that, immediately interjected saying, I need my phone right now to call my brother, the brother who probably doesn't even want to talk to her. Like, she couldn't even wait 10 minutes or anything. That's one thing if he was on the phone for half an hour or whatever. Well, I've been waiting to call my brother too. Why? No, within 4 minutes, she instantly attacks. And as soon as he doesn't give it to her immediately, well, tell him what you've been doing to me. Tell him that you choked me. Tell him that you this. Whoa, 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 whoa. Zoom out, whoa. I don't know why they didn't put this together. He just said that over that phone call on the night of, she is yelling, tell him that you choked me. Tell him what you did to me. You know, the same words she repeats hours later while he's in the suitcase. So it was a great, fun-filled night. All this stuff. From 7 p.m., she was already in that state. Wow. I mean, I heard what he said, and it clicked, but it never clicked that it was, oh, she is raging already the night of. So when she said that they were just playing puzzles and whatever till around 8 p.m., that was bull. It was already bad before it even hit 8 p.m.
So she yells in the background, tell him what you've been doing to me.
Yeah.
You've been choking me.
Yeah.
Did you ask him anything about that?
No, because the thing with them, they would fight and they would hit each other. Because there was times he came here and she had hit him with a phone and he had a black eye.
So just more injuries, of course. So when Melissa said she never saw anything on him, everyone else did. I'm not going to blame that for her because the property manager isn't around a lot. And of the injuries she ever saw, Sarah went to her to show them. So I'm not mad at that at all. It is what it is. But just another violent attack, this time with a cell phone, you know, the phone probably that he's not allowed to use, gets a black eye to the point where now people are saying it doesn't matter if she says he hit her or he says she hit him because they're both always fighting each other. And the people around them are so desensitized to it that they can't even do anything about it because they know it's just going to keep happening again and again and again.
So it was like...
Did you witness that?
I didn't get to see it, but
Okay.
he told me
you.
so.
Okay.
So
you guys know that there's domestic between the two?
Between them, and I
that...
told them, get out of there, get out of there. I would tell him, leave. And what's crazy is that he would leave, come here, and she would call and tell him to come back, and she would come and get him. He would come and get him.
Okay, so anytime he would leave, you know, her abuser would leave her, she would come and get him back. And that's what I mentioned in the last video, that it is heartbreaking for a family that tries to separate them from someone they know is violent and they just can't. And this is just another reason. She would do this push and pull. Train, take it away. And yeah, so he would go to his family, she would come get him, and in the interview that she's going to talk about, she always says that she needed more space. And that's why I called BS in the crime scene footage when she said he chooses her over his family, even though she encourages him to go see them.
So they're going to think I killed him.
Why would they think that?
They always have said that. They've always have said that.
What have they
I
said?
told you it's because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon. That's what they call me. Because they don't want him with me. So he's basically just not really been around his family because he chooses me over them. Even after I've encouraged him numerous times to go over there and see his family.
That whole section is the wildest admissions to me. To ever say that the family always said that I was going to kill him is some nasty work right there. The idea that you could just say that thinking that that is going to help you. That's such unnecessary details unless the opposite is true, even though I encouraged him to go see them. We knew that was a lie when she said it, but now we see it even more so. She didn't encourage them. Whenever he did go without her wanting him to, she would call, get him to come back, take him away, physically go to him to get him. He never called her to pick him up. She would go to him. He couldn't call her. He didn't have a phone. If it were the other way around and he was the one calling her to say, come get me, forgive me, or whatever, that would make a little more sense. But since it's this way, again, the more I learn, the less I can see her as a victim at all. A lot of the things that are happening to her sound like they're happening to her from her own provocation, from being in a toxic relationship where they both have tried to escape each other, more or less. But the one constant that we've all heard is whatever Sarah wants, she gets. If she wants to go back with him, she goes back with him. If she wants to leave, she flees and she goes to Brian. If she wants to kick him out, she kicks him out. If she wants him to come back, he comes back. If she wants him arrested, she gets him arrested. If she wants him out of jail, he gets out of jail. There's not a moment she does not have power in this relationship. Not at all. The only time she does not have power is when he is physically abusive to her. Aside from that, I don't see it at all. Which that is a huge aspect, and it's not anything to gloss over, absolutely. But it is saying what she is portraying herself as could not be further than the truth. She could have gotten away from him. He tried to get away from her. She kept getting him again and again and again. And we know just from background, he does not have the resources to track her down like this. He does not have the resources to isolate her from people, to control her access to things, to prevent her from talking to people, to prevent her from bringing up the abuse to anyone. She says whatever she wants to anyone at any time, any place, for any reason. Doesn't care about their boundaries. She'll touch on them too. No one is off limits to her. And you see that in her court proceedings this whole time. If she wants something, she will get it. And she will not let it go until she does get it. And if you do not give it to her, you are the abuser. And then she's going to attack you. And then you are the one who attacked her. No, so that's why I called BS on that the second I saw that. That is not a victim's playbook. This is an abuser's playbook to a T. She has absolute control over when he can stay, when he can leave. Physical control and emotional control. Mind-blowing.
So she had the car, he didn't have a car.
Right.
And she controlled the car? Good grief. Melissa said that George was the dominant one because she only saw him driving the car, but Sarah owned the car the entire time. So she had control of the car. She locked his bike on a bike chain. She controlled his movements, who he could talk to, where he could sleep. Wow. I mean, this isn't justifying, but yeah, if someone is already on the borders of being a violent person, these controlling actions will only amp up that violence. Absolutely.
So
You said that he sounded calm.
he was calm, relaxed. Like he would, I can tell because my brother's been drinking for a long time. We tried to get him help before.
Right.
And I can tell when he was like really drunk, and he wasn't that drunk that night.
He wasn't.
So when you're describing him as calm, that's an indication that he hadn't been drinking that much.
That he wasn't that drunk. No.
Okay. So when he's been drinking, does he get really excited?
Sometimes he gets excited, and you can tell he like slurs his words, and and I can tell like he gets really emotional, and sometimes starts crying and.
Okay.
So that's also sad. Like I said earlier, there's different types of drunks. There's the happy drunk. She is the angry drunk. He seems like the emotional drunk, which is just a very harsh contrast. If they were both angry drunks and they both kept amping each other up, it would make a little more sense why things get so violent. But it seems like they would both drink, they have their good moments, and then he gets emotional and sad, and she gets angry and violent. It's just kind of beating down on him more. And still not saying that he didn't initiate stuff, because he's admitted that he did. But it seems like his actions when he was drunk was nowhere near as violent and eccentric as hers were. I can't say that for sure, but emotional drunk versus angry drunk is not a good combo, and I feel for him.
And none of that happened that
No,
night?
none of that.
Have you ever witnessed them physically fight?
I've seen them because I've been to their house, and she's come out all crazy. I went over with my wife, and they had called me to go over there. She had called me to go over there.
Sarah?
Sarah had.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, I'll come over. That he wanted to see me. So I went over, And as soon as I get there, she comes out crazy.
So just another instance of someone saying that she has been aggressive out of nowhere. There's only so many times people can ignore this pattern behavior before it becomes absolutely obvious. And she called them over saying that he wanted to see him. Something tells me George didn't order her to call him. Something tells me he would have said something like, oh, can I call my brother? I'd like him to come over. I'll do it. I'll call him. Because she has to be that mediator between him and anyone else. He can't contact them on his own. Why? Who knows what he's going to say? So I have to be the one to contact because I have everyone's numbers, which she brags about constantly. Oh, if anyone needs them, I have the numbers, but I'm not going to call them because they don't like me and they think I'm going to kill him. But I will call them over because he wants you to come over. So I'm going to do it for him and allow you to come over. And then as soon as you do, I'm up to the 10. And I'm angry and yelling again. This is just so unclassy in general. The way she portrays herself, I'm like, how could you even think that you are superior in any light when this is how you treat everyone always? I do not know anyone who has said, oh, I can't wait to be around Sarah Boone. She is such a positive energy and light and is so welcoming.
Because she had saw some guy peeing around the corner and she was trying to fight the guy and argue with the guy. And my brother was like, yo, calm down, B. Just calm down.
So she's just trying to fight anyone always. And you can say, oh yeah, don't pee in my back. But that's what she did. She be in random people's houses, be sleeping on their back porch, violating everyone's comfortability and boundaries. Again, I just know if there were some other people doing that, the police would have been called on her immediately. And there wouldn't be this happening more than once. But wow, she just seems confrontational with everyone about everything. The jury is not going to like hearing any of this one bit because it keeps stacking up. I should have started a tally of how many times someone has said she has been aggressive, violent, or berating, not just to George, mainly George, but to anyone.
And it was like, I went to that. That's why I would try to avoid everything. Like, I would call, whenever he called me, I talked to him. I tried to talk to him. But it was always, like, they were always.
Did she physically touch George, or was she just getting really upset and
upset? Like she came out upset. But there was I would like, there's a person, I can't remember, somebody seen him because he was on a bike one day. And he told me, I can't remember the person it was because he was on a bicycle and she hit him with the car.
I'm sorry, what? Are you kidding me? Sarah Daryl Boone Brooks hit him with a car? This just keeps getting more and more mind-blowing and worse. And she's not a victim. I'm there. I'm saying it. I'm there. She's not a victim. She gets her own self hurt. She's hitting him with a car. Wow. On a bike. You know, the bike that she locks up in other cases. You know, the car that she owns but won't let him drive in some cases, even though someone says that he's the only one who drives. I'm short-circuiting right now. I'm feeling a rage building inside of me of it was never going to end in any other way than this. She hit him with a car. For fuck's sake.
And I can't remember who the person was. And he told me.
Okay. Have you ever seen any marks on George?
Yeah, around his neck, eye.
Like what kind of marks?
Like the time she hit him with the phone.
Okay.
He had a black eye, scratches all over his neck.
Just another person who says they see scratches and marks on his neck. The consistency with these details are off the charts. So it's really hard for me not to believe that this is the truth, when for Sarah's story, it's left, right, and center all the way up and down, who knows. But his stories stay consistent. He always has marks on his neck. Well, not always, but a lot of times.
Would you see Sarah every time you saw George?
Off and on. Like, if I would go over there, I would see her with him. And then sometimes if he ever came here, I would see him. Or sometimes when I would go over there, he would just come out and I wouldn't see her.
So you more saw your brother than Sarah?
I think it was equal.
Equal?
Because I've seen her. Sometimes she had marks and stuff. So
and what do you mean by marks?
Like bruises and stuff too. They used to beat each other.
And that's consistent with all the other stories. However, that is kind of wild to me that he has to think, do I see my brother more than I see my brother with Sarah? And he's saying he doesn't know, and that sometimes when he would go over there, he would just come out, and that way he would just see George. But him saying that George would come out still means Sarah is nearby and is still there, probably looking out the window. Maybe not, but it would not surprise me. Because that's what happens. Abusers always have to keep an eye on their victim. They cannot let them get away too far, and they can't let them talk to people they know or care or love for without them knowing what's happening. And as you can see from the prior phone calls of even when he is having a good time with his family, she needs to remind them, oh, he's a piece of shit because he does this to me or he does that to me. Never admits to what she's done, still to this day, will not admit to her doing anything. I don't think she's ever said that she has attacked him and beat him up. She has said that she has fought back, but not that she has been the primary aggressor, as so many others have said.
And where were her bruises be?
I've seen on her arm, black eyes too.
Okay. Did George ever confide in you about their domestic problems? Like, did he ever tell you? Is there anything else that he's ever told you about him and Sarah? Any arguments? Any physical altercations?
No, he didn't really like to talk about it like that. Like, everybody knew it.
Right.
Like, they used to come here and fight and stuff.
Okay.
Which that still tracks more with him being the victim and not wanting to bring that up. Meanwhile, Sarah has no problems bringing it up to anyone at any time and saying anything. That tracks as abusive behavior. It just does. Like, the victims are more likely than not to not feel comfortable or safe enough to disclose their injuries, talk about fights they've been in, but the abuser has no problem saying whatever perceived slights that have happened to them, any injuries that have happened to them, they feel confident and comfortable knowing at the end of the day, they are the ones in control.
And my mom wouldn't like it and tell them to go.
Right.
And I know one day she came, it's been like maybe 2 months. My dad, because she always tried to hug everybody. Everybody didn't want to be hugging like that. And she pushed my dad, and my dad fell.
Yeah.
And this is the incident that I've been referring to every time when I say that she attacked an older man. Because she's so touchy-feely, ignore everyone's boundaries-y, that I've said a million times, that she tried to hug him. I imagine he held her at arm's length. She probably took that, 1, as a rejection, and 2, as him pushing her, so then she's justified in pushing him down. That's crazy. And then she wonders why they don't like her and call her the blue-eyed white devil, blue-eyed white dragon.
You know, what we're investigating and that they're going to think I killed him.
Why would they think that?
They always have said that. They've always have said that.
What have they
I
said?
told you it's because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon. That's what they call me. Because they don't want him with me. So he's basically just not really been around his family because he chooses me over them. Even after I've encouraged him numerous times to go over there and see his family, they've never accepted me because they've always been really unforgiving, where they've never accepted me. And everybody in his family has started to kick my ass. So, especially his sister. He had to pull her off me one time.
And you know to this day she never apologized, and that she probably blamed it on him in some way, and that then it's everyone else's fault for not forgiving her. And that's why she said, they've never forgiven me, they've never done this. Why do you always need to be forgiven? Because you are always doing something in their life which requires forgiveness. But yeah, now she has assaulted 2 members in this family.
So,
Would they always, would Sarah always be intoxicated when you saw her?
most of the time.
And what about George?
There was times he was not, he had drank, but he wasn't like drunk. Like he would try to like eat and try to have her eat because they was always drinking so much. So he was like, we need to eat something. But
Did you, like a couple of years ago, did you and your brother have any kind of a falling out?
Scott is asking for it because Sarah said they got in a fight, and that's why George needed facial reconstruction surgery.
Did you guys get into an argument, a fist fight or anything?
no. See,
Has he gotten into a physical altercation with any of your brothers?
with the one that had the long hair.
The curly hair?
Yeah. With him, but it was just
How severe of a fight was this though?
not brothers.
Did he
Anybody
have
go
to?
to the hospital?
No, nothing like that.
Anybody have like bloodied lips, broken noses, anything like that?
Broken eye?
No. Oh, he had with my other brother too. With George had went to the hospital.
Sir, I have nothing but empathy for you, and I don't blame you for this at all. But how did you not know which fight with a brother they were talking about? Oh, yeah, you know, they just fought like brothers. It was. Oh, there was that one time with my other brother that sent him to the hospital and he got reconstructive surgery. I'm joking. I'm just poking, but it's like, dang, why y'all be fighting?
George went to the hospital.
Yeah, George.
And it was a few years ago, like 2 years ago, maybe 2.5.
That happened because she said they was drunk. They was at my mom's house. At mom's house. That's the other one.
Is it last name Torres?
Torres.
Okay.
They had got into it because Sarah had came and said that George had beat her, and then they got into it, but I wasn't there that day.
So I find it interesting that Sarah did mention this. She did say that they got into a fight. She did not mention that she is the one who started the fight by saying, George is beating on me, and then that fight broke out. When she phrased it as something that she was completely detached from.
He and his brother got into a really bad argument at one point. He had to have facial reconstruction, but he had been in the hospital from that. And then I talked him into going to see like a regular physician so he could get just like a regular like checkup thing. Yeah. But there were no red flags.
How long ago was that?
The surgery or the doctor?
Both.
The surgery I think was at this point what? 2 years maybe? 2.5 years?
At no point does she mention that the argument involved her and was surrounding her. I mean, she brought up how many times his family was going to kill her and they all hate her and that they think she's this, they think she's that. But she never mentions that one of the brothers defended her so much that he sent George to the hospital. And then she wants to act like he went to the hospital and then I convinced him to seeing a physician after he was in the hospital. You're the one who talked him into that ass whooping that got him in the hospital. I'm not saying that, asking for help is bad or anything like that, but we have now seen through multiple examples in these interviews that she strategically and often would tell people he was beating on her in times where she wanted actions taken against him, and not in times where she was actually seeking protection or to get away from him. And there's a difference. If you're in an abusive relationship and you just can't leave, and there's these cycles and these barriers that prevent you from leaving, that's nuanced, that's complex, and there's a multitude of reasons why you can't, leave your situation. But when you have total control over your situation, she's kicked him out, she has him off the lease, he doesn't have a car, he doesn't have a phone, she could cut him off from so many things at so many moments in time. And yet she's the one who kept going after him, calling and getting him from his parents' place and bringing him back over. To my understanding, he never forced himself back over. And this also just shows how easy it is for her to hide details. She's saying it like it's a regular story any day of the week, missing out a humongous context as though she didn't know why the argument took place. But she knows that would look worse on her because it would counteract this narrative of everyone in his family hates her. These interviews just make everything that she has said to us look worse.
He can tell you about that.
But George did go to the hospital.
George went. George was in the hospital for that.
Do you remember what injuries he sustained?
Something in his eye sockets.
The nose, maybe?
I think his nose too. But it had, something was wrong with his, like...
Orbital?
Yeah, the orbital.
Yeah.
What?
All right. Is there anything else that you think is important for us to know about your brother or Sarah and their relationship? I'm assuming the 4-minute conversation, he was just kind of like, you guys were just talking at first.
At first, just talking. I would notice that he was okay. It wasn't a fight.
You said he was joking with your kids, and then you hear Sarah in the background,
and then that's when Sarah came.
And then you let him go, or he let you go.
He said, because he was like, my niece and nephew are there. They can hear you, like. So I was like, he was like, all right, bye, and then.
Okay.
How did she sound?
She sounded like crazy, like she always did. Like, she was always like that, crazy. Like, she would just start yelling.
Was she yelling any kind of threats or anything?
No. She was just saying about calling her brother.
So just more confirmation that at 7:30 when this phone call happened, she was already yelling, upset, and putting on a show because she knows that the brother can hear over the phone, and the brother had told George that the niece and the nephews could hear, and that's why they have to wrap it up. And I know that must break his heart with that being his last conversation, and knowing that that conversation was the last conversation he ever had with a family member. And it ended with Sarah yelling in the background. More reasons why I have less and less to no sympathy for her anymore. Because yeah, she's impacted so many people's lives. Yet she will tell us to our face until the cows come home that it was a good day, a good night. No one laid a hand on anyone, which I have plenty of things to say about that in the interrogation video. But no one laid a hand on anyone. Everything was a good night. He's just laughing and playing with the dog, yet you're screaming at him because he was having a good conversation. You heard him laughing. Couldn't have that. You need to talk to your brother 4 minutes after he starts his conversation. And then she never even called his brother. From what we know, the only people she said she called was her son and then George's daughters, which doesn't line up because this brother who has the call log says that they talked together on that night. So we don't know who was really called when. I do not think that she called her brother. Probably when George got off the phone, another argument broke out, because that's what she's really after. She's after the thrill of the argument and the thrill of winning and the thrill of controlling and knowing that I can bring happiness or take it away at any moment that I want. So once she was getting what she wanted, she completely dropped that fake excuse. She didn't want to call her brother. That's why it was the first excuse that came to her mind. Why do I need my phone? Why do I need my phone? Okay, you're talking to your brother. I need to talk to my brother. I need to talk to my brother now. It's my phone right now. Right now. Well, am I not going to be able to talk to my brother? Are your family members the only important ones here? You know, the family members that don't even like me around? And that's really what it is. She knew that the more time that he spent with his family and the more time he had good times with his family, the more time they had to slowly convince him to get away from her, and the less time she had to dig deeper into him. So she wanted to isolate him as much as possible. That's why when she said, I have encouraged him to go see his family. I knew that was BS, and I knew it sounded like something that came awkwardly out of her mouth, because she knows it's the exact opposite action, but she needs to portray, oh yeah, of course I told him to go talk to his family. I wanted him to love his family and be close with it. But no, she wanted his family to like her, and when they didn't, she tried to make them the enemy.
Okay, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you promise and swear everything we've talked about has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. This ends the recording 13:35 hours.
And that was the interview of Jorge Torres' brother. I don't know his name, but one of George's brothers. That was incredibly eye-opening, incredibly sad, incredibly frustrating to get a clearer sense of her past interactions with his family. And they were not positive. And it looks like they did all they could to warn him and to try to save him, but they couldn't. And it's not their fault even in the slightest. The fact that they were as supportive for him and there means like they did more than a ton of families do. And this brother rings really truthful to me because he could have used this time, especially since it's so close to the murder, to just 100% bash Sarah the entire time. But he provided equal answers. He said they both beat each other up, that he would go after her, that he had his own issues, that he would drink and could get aggressive at certain points and this and that. But he also revealed his honest attempts to try to do better at times, to not get violent, to his tendency to actually get over emotional when he's drunk, which is different. I haven't really heard that yet. Like, I know that happens to people, but I haven't heard people say that about him because no one really explains how he is when he's drunk besides just being like slurred and woozy, I guess. Just not all quite together there. So it was interesting to know that as they both get drunker, she gets angrier and he probably internalizes it and gets more emotional, which then causes both of them to explode in different ways. Her violently back to him sometimes violently back to her. I don't know. I'm not going to speak too much on his actions. I don't know the full ones. We'll know at trial. Which also to mention, this video has taken me so long to make that Sarah Boone now has a lawyer. So that's new. When I started this video, she was on her own. Now she has a lawyer because everything goes her way. So to wrap this up, we still have, I say wrap this up as though we don't have 3 interviews left, but we have the roommates that were the next door neighbors who heard things go down the night of, and then we have Brian's second short interview. And if you have made it this far, we're about 3 hours into this runtime. If you are here, go ahead and drop a like, a comment, a subscribe, a whatever you want, you know? Or just tell me your deepest, darkest secrets. I'm open. So, yeah, let's get into it.
Today's date is February 27, 2020. The time now is approximately 17:48 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. I'm currently located at 4748 France Lane, apartment. France Court? You sure?
That's what I always park up. Yeah, because you can see it on the sign over there on the 4749. It's France Court.
Okay, France Court.
Yeah, it's weird. For some reason, all of the signs are on the opposites, are on the wrong side
on the
of the building.
Yeah, the further
that's
side.
apartment 8 there, and the sign's right there on that one.
Gotcha. Okay. France Court. Apartment. The Tealwood Parks apartment. And I'm speaking with, can you state your name?
It's Brandon Knowles.
And your date of... Okay. And you reside at this apartment, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said that you've been living here since January of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On Sunday, which would have been...
The 24th?
Let's just double check. Sunday was the 23rd.
23rd.
Were you home that day?
I would have come home a little late that evening, but I would have been here around 8, 9 o'clock. I would have gotten in around 8 or 9 o'clock.
So this interview happened the next day after George's brother's interview, and I think the interviews with Melissa, the property manager, and Abraham, the childhood friend and worker at the apartments. So it looks like this neighbor, Brandon, got home at around 8, which we just heard from George's brother that they had a conversation around 7:30, which ended with Sarah yelling about wanting to talk to her brother. And so we can only imagine that an argument broke out after he hung up the phone. So this guy gets back home. That is just the context of where we're at. So things are no longer happy, fun. They have already started to rev up, or at least there's confirmation that Sarah had already begun yelling by the time this guy had gotten home.
PM.
Yes.
Okay. And so your apartment is right next to apartment number 3. Does your apartment share walls with theirs?
My bedroom shares a wall with the lower half of their apartment.
The lower half, okay.
So his room was on the bottom floor. I don't know about the other roommate. Maybe he had the top floor. If so, maybe they both have perspectives of if they heard things happening up top and what they heard happening at the bottom.
Do you recall hearing anything coming from apartment 3 while you were, after you had gotten home?
Around 10:30 or 11 o'clock, there was a very loud crashing sound where I believe, I'm not sure, I haven't been in their apartment like my roommate, but I believe is the location of the staircase.
Okay, so this neighbor says at 10:30, 11 o'clock, he heard the crash down the stairs. We know the theory of the case is, or the main prevailing theory is that the suitcase was upstairs and that she kicked him down, creating this big crash, which was then heard by the neighbors. This tracks because we know the first video starts at 11:12 p.m. And we know that he was in there prior to that 11:12 p.m. video because during that video, he's already begging to be let out. And he's on the bottom floor. So we know factually by what Sarah said that she said the suitcase lives in the back of the closet and that they only pulled it out in order to do donations that they were going to fill with clothes and then send and donate all of it together. So she has not explained how that suitcase got from upstairs to downstairs. In all of her recounts, she just said that we brought it out to make donations, not that we brought it out and brought it downstairs in order to fill up with clothes that were upstairs. And so 10:30 or 11 o'clock tracks with that timeline. I mean, obviously we would want to hope that it was 11, that he wasn't down there for that much long, that he wasn't in the suitcase longer than that. I mean, I guess it didn't really matter in the end, but now we have confirmation that aligns with the timeline. We know they started arguing at least at 7:30. My odds are they were arguing before then, but let's just say we know confirmed from George's brother at 7:30 there was arguments. 10:30 to 11, this neighbor heard a loud crash.
Okay, so
a little bit above.
A very loud, you said crashing sound?
Yeah, like it sounded like something had been like falling down the stairs. Because it started up high and then it ended low.
Okay. And when you heard the loud crashing sound, did you hear any voices? Like, could you make out if you heard a male or female's voice?
I couldn't hear anything, no.
Okay. Is that normal for you to hear noises coming from their apartment?
Not loud. But
not that loud?
Not that loud.
Okay.
But I'll regularly hear like thudding sounds, like stuff being like slammed against the wall or something like that.
Okay. Have you ever heard voices? Have you ever been able to determine?
I've always kind of like tuned out if I was hearing voices.
If you heard something, you okay. But you have heard loud noises in the past, but not as loud as you had heard on Sunday night.
No, it had never been that. Like, I felt the walls shake.
Okay.
As the sound happened.
Wow, so the walls were shaking. I mean, that makes sense if you think about it. A suitcase with a human being is going down the steps, hitting every wall and step as it's going. But now we just have this confirmation of this was not an argument. You could not have mistaken this for just loud voices. This was shaking loud. And that is not just happening by someone throwing someone else against a wall. It's more intentional, more severe, more absolutely insane at what this has happened. Now imagine Chelsea right now. She's taking this in. I believe this is the first time she's hearing about anyone saying a crash. I don't know if she interviewed anyone else that was a neighbor beforehand, but the interviews that are available, this might be the first time she's hearing that there was a crash coming down from the top of the stairs to the bottom. And maybe her internal investigation gave her an indication of that, but to get that confirmation is wild.
And do you know either of them? Like, do you know?
I've had a few brief interactions with them.
Okay.
But I don't.
Like, do you know who lives there? Like,
yes.
Can you describe who lives there for me?
It is a sort of, I guess, like middle-aged, I don't know, like around 40s, blonde woman.
Okay.
And a Hispanic gentleman, I believe so. I haven't interacted with him much. I've spoken to her a few times.
You've spoken to her a few times. Okay.
Interesting to keep in mind. Remember I said earlier that I'm going to keep in mind who has spoken to only one of them versus who has spoken to both. So Abraham, the friend of George, said that he had spoken to both of them. Melissa said that she had spoken primarily to Sarah, and then once or twice to George. And obviously George's brother has spoken with both of them multiple times. And now it looks like this neighbor has not spoken to George, and primarily only with Sarah a few times. And I'm already going to preface this. I don't know what's going to happen, but something tells me he is going to have a warped perception, or a very tailored perception of George, since her mouth is the only thing that he knows anything about him from. What? Let's try that again. He only knows anything about George from what Sarah is saying.
Anyone else live there?
I believe they have a little boy.
A small child. Okay.
So he thinks the child is both Sarah and George's. Not really an inconsequential detail, but something to keep in mind.
Okay. When you have seen them around, how do they appear to you?
They almost always seem either like tired or like tweaked out.
Tweaked out?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's just another person who thinks they were on drugs, which it means something, right? Everyone's saying that it's just alcohol, and all the evidence is showing that they were just alcohol. It was just alcohol. But the way people will say they were tweaked, the way the cops are asking if they did any drugs, the way everyone kind of is like, well, I don't really know, they must have been acting all some kind of crazy 24/7. And this is just building up and building up more of, later on, Sarah's going to try to detract from this, but absolutely everyone we have talked to who has seen those two for any amount of time says there's not a moment they weren't drunk that they can remember. More times than often. That almost all the time they were drunk. So when she tries to separate herself from that later, or say, oh, it's just a bottle of wine, it's just a bottle and a half of wine, when really it would have been way more helpful for her to say, I have been drinking from sun up to sundown. I have no idea what I was doing or what was happening. That would have helped her more. But no, when you're living with alcoholism, you cannot accept they are your roommate.
The conversations you had, the interactions you've had with the female, like, what do you mean interactions?
I remember one night she slept on the back porch of my apartment for some reason. I don't remember much, but I just remember, like, looking out the shade and seeing her, like, laid down.
That is so wild to me. It's also wild to me how no one called the police on her sooner. These are some just outlandish behaviors. George is walking into random people's apartments yelling for Sarah. Sarah's sleeping on people's back porches. This is not normal. And I guess because they were so like this all the time, everyone just got used to it and said, oh yeah, just tell her to leave. She'll bark at you, but she's harmless, more or less. That's probably what they all thought. They all, because of how she works and going to every single person around them and really forming this narrative, they probably thought he was this vicious monster and that she was this harmless drunk. So even if you saw her around, even if you saw her fighting or yelling or whatever, it wasn't that bad. She's just, you know, you just have to wake her up and tell her to get off. No, they should have called the police on her ass right then and there. Their existence must have been so sad, honestly, just never-ending balance of booze and bad decisions. It just never stops, apparently. So at this point, nothing they do surprises me.
Okay. Do you recall, like, maybe what month this was?
I couldn't say. It was pretty early when I moved in. I would say the summer of 2019.
Summer of 2019. Okay. Did you wake her, or?
No, I just...
Okay. And by sleeping, you guys all have, like, a cement area, right?
Yes.
Like a back patio?
Yes.
But it's not enclosed?
No.
Was she in a chair, on the ground?
Like
or
on the ground.
On the ground. Okay.
No, I don't have any chairs on our back porch.
Okay. Any other run-ins with her? Things you've witnessed with her?
I was coming home from class one night. I would not be able to give you a time period on this.
Sure,
I don't
yeah.
remember when it is. And I was waiting on my roommate to get home because I had left my keys in the apartment.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember she came over and was talking to me for a minute, and it was very visible that, like, she was talking to me because she didn't want to be in her apartment.
Okay.
I don't know why, like, I didn't ask, but it was just very evident that she didn't want to be there.
Do you remember anything she was saying?
No.
Her demeanor?
She seemed, like, skittish, like, nervous.
Okay.
I don't remember anything we talked about because, in complete honesty, when I was just, it was in one ear and out the other.
Right, yeah, you were just kind of, right.
With vague nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like she's the type of person to come up to you and just talk your ear off about her life, anything she wants to at any time, which I gotta respect some people who have that confidence to just insert themselves into anyone else's life and take up their time, even if they can get the nonverbal cues that they want to be anywhere else but there. But yeah, you know, it's a little sad that she felt uncomfortable and she didn't want to be in her place and was nervous or what have you. We don't know the context to that or why. But I remember I've talked about this in previous videos that it was wild for them to start living together only after being together for a year and 3 months or something like that. I was even more wrong. They did not start living together after a year. They started living together after like 3 months. And then were in that place for 2 to 3, however many years. That is the wildest decision I've ever seen. Even if you're in your honeymoon period and think that this is going to be, oh, this is perfect, oh, no matter what, we'll be able to handle. You don't know what it's like living with that person. And in those first 3 months, you probably don't even know what a real argument looks like between you two. Like a genuine, we have to separate from each other or else things get bad kind of argument or whatever. And when you do that while living together, it can only go downhill. So there is no way for you to escape. If they lived in separate places, you know, they could cool off, go away, and then come back when they're both feeling together. But when they started living together and he's living under her place, using her car, using her phone, using all of these things, they're both so codependent on each other that it looks like they couldn't even function in daily life without either the other one in their life or preventing them from being able to live their own life. Wow. Poor choice of words, but accurate.
Did she appear to be on anything at that point, or just she seemed nervous?
She seemed nervous.
Okay.
She didn't seem like high or anything. She just seemed out of it.
Okay.
I would chalk it up to be more like tired and paranoid or nervous, stuff like that.
Okay. And any other interactions with her?
No. Honestly, from the few times I had spoken to her, like, anytime I saw her, I kind of just tried to go straight into my apartment.
Right.
There's a few times where I would walk past and she'd say hi or something, and I would just kind of lie and be like, oh, I'm only going to be here for like 10 minutes. I just got to change and head back to class or something. Like, I tried to avoid.
Okay.
I would have done the same, and from what we can tell, people still do that. Lawyers avoiding her calls because they just can't stand the idea of having to talk to her because they know what that means. Police officers, prison guards, prison guard captains, like, all of these people talk about trying to avoid conversation with her because it's like getting sucked into a black hole.
Did you ever witness either of them on their back porch patio?
No, I don't walk that direction.
Okay.
Right? I don't have any reason to go like that.
Right. You guys don't have any, like, dogs or anything that you have to walk?
I don't have any pets.
There you go. Okay. Any interactions with the Hispanic male?
No, not that I can recall.
No? Okay. Okay, is there anything else that you think is important for me to know about them and anything you've heard or witnessed between the two of them?
It seemed like an abusive relationship. Just from every time I heard them, every time like I saw the two of them, it seemed rough.
Okay. Okay.
It's one of those things where like he was a bad guy. He was a bad guy.
That's unfortunate to hear, but I mean, like, you heard the way he said that. He genuinely feels that George is the bad guy, but he also just said that he never talked to him. So he's only heard one side. And yeah, whenever you hear Sarah talk about him, he is the worst human ever alive, and she's this harmless little victim who just gets caught up in these things. And it looks like she's been telling these kind of tales to everyone, and it's worked more or less. People don't see her as the danger that she is. And anyone who actually has information about that relationship, like genuine information, knows how dangerous she is. But people who only know things from the outside, only hear her narrative primarily, only see her as the one with injuries going through this and that. They don't see him. They don't take that into account, mainly because that's also the stigma we have in our minds. We see an abusive relationship. They are clearly an abusive relationship. They both clearly have marks on them constantly, and physical marks. So we assume that George is the primary aggressor and is the reason things get physical. And the more we look into it, it looked like most of the physical provocations, were from Sarah. And that's not the story she's ever going to tell anyone.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that you think is important for me to know?
Nothing I can think of, no.
Okay. Do you mind raising your right hand for me? Do you promise and swear everything we've talked about has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Everything I've said is true as far as I can recall.
Yep, perfect. All right, this ends the recording at 17:57 hours.
And that was the interview with the first roommate. So let's recap what we learned. We learned he tried to stay away from them as much as possible. We learned he only spoke to Sarah a few times, and whenever he did, he tried to just end the conversation and leaves. He heard a humongous, loud, wall-shaking crash from 10:30 to 11 p.m. after he had gotten home from class at around 8 p.m. And we learned that they looked drunk all day, every day, and that it was clear to this roommate, who did not see them that often, that it was a very abusive relationship, and that he thinks George is a very, very bad guy. And I think all of those opinions, based off of the information that he has, is valid. So moving on, we only have this other roommate's interview and Brian's second interrogation, not interrogation, but interview, and then we'll be wrapped up here.
This is the craziest thing I've ever experienced in my life. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right.
This is in reference to case number 20-17904.
Straight out the gate, this guy's voice already makes him a character. I'm here for it, Surfer Bro. And it looks like Scott is doing this interview. So I imagine Chelsea interviewed the other roommate at the same time that Scott was interviewing this roommate.
The date is February 27th, 2020. The time is approximately 17:49 hours. I am located at the Tealwood apartment complex at, what's the building number? 474. Tealwood apartment complex. I am talking to the resident of one of the residents. Sir, can you give me your name, please?
It's Vincent.
And what's your date of birth, sir?
1999.
All right, is it okay if I call you Vincent?
Of course.
Okay, well, like I said, my name's Scott Lowen. I'm the homicide detective with the Sheriff's Office. Please just call me Scott.
Okay.
Obviously, we're out here today talking about an incident that occurred with the residents of apartment 3, which are your direct next door neighbors, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to kind of preface and start out with a couple of different basic questions. How long have you been living in apartment?
The end of January was a year, so about a year and a month.
Year and a month?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And your apartment, from what I can see, is a single-story apartment. It's not a townhome like your neighbors, correct?
Yes, no, it's a single story, yeah.
Okay.
Whoa, I did not know that. So they live in a one-story place. So both roommates were on the bottom floor. There is no upstairs. So no one could have heard anything directly upstairs on the level where this would have started with George and Sarah. So they both were at the bottom and they both could only hear the crash at the bottom. I don't know. I didn't know that detail. That's interesting to me.
Is your bedroom the one in the back, next to the back wall?
Yeah, it's the one where you can see the kick out from the back patio of their apartment there, yeah.
That's what I was wondering. So your bedroom is right next to their back patio?
Yes.
So you get to hear everything that's going on in the back patio, or is it
on the
pretty
back
airtight?
patio and the living room, because their living room at the bottom of their stairs is right next to where my head lays on my bed.
Okay.
So
Now that sounds like a nightmare, to have your headboard on the other side of their living room when they're shouting, running into walls, all this stuff 24/7 a day. And so now we know that the first roommate lives towards the entrance at the front of the house, and that this roommate lives towards the back of the house, towards that back patio and living room area. So when the first roommate said that he saw her sleeping on the back patio, the other roommate must have seen that as well.
literally, and it was like an every night thing, with the beat, and it wasn't even just him on her. It was like they were going at it, at each other, and it was
really?
it was just really bad and really loud, every night.
Was it, you mean verbally?
No, physically, yeah. It was
So what were you hearing?
So this roommate's story is already a little different, to where the first roommate only knows that Sarah was abused and only saw her injuries. This roommate is saying that he heard both of them going at each other, both physical, both all of the yelling and whatnot, and it's not just one way. So this is already evolving and painting even a clearer picture. I don't know. Every one of these answers is blowing my mind from every person that's interviewed so far. It's like I expected these things, but also the clearer their picture gets, the more dysfunctional this whole existence looks. And it's kind of like the writing was on the wall. The more and more I learn, the more I don't see any other outcome besides one of them ending up dead out of this relationship. And that's what happens. Let this please be a warning to anyone out there. If you know people who are in relationships like this, there's only so much you can do, but try to offer that support. Try to, hear them out when they do come confide in you. And if they do seem like they want to get away, even if you can't help them, point them to the resources that can. Tell someone who can help them. Do what you can to get them away from that, because it's never going to get better. And if you are in a relationship that a lot of this rings true to you, please protect yourself as much as you can. Please distance yourself. I know they seem like they might be the love of your life and that you can't live without them, or that they won't let you leave, or what have you. You have to make judgments based off the situation that you're in. But if you can physically leave from a relationship like that, please do. It's not easy to hear, and it's not a nice thing to say, and it's the easiest thing in the world for a stranger over online to tell you these things, but the consequences are way more severe and way more real. I was reading something the other day, and it's always stuck in my head, like, statistics are all statistics until it's happening to you. Then it's 100% happening. It's 100% a statistic. You are the statistic in that moment. So please don't wait for it to happen to you. Do whatever you can. Let people know. And please I don't know. I'm rambling. I'm sorry. We're going to keep going.
It was like, I don't, like, you know, it was never like I couldn't physically hear, like, hitting, you know what I mean?
Okay.
But, like, I heard, like, getting thrown up against the wall, you know, or, like, I've heard thrown down the stairs a few times. Like, it's just,
wow.
and it's, like, that's a very clear sound. You know?
Another horrifying detail. So he's heard them throw each other down the stairs before, or he has heard the sound of someone being thrown down the stairs before. So I wonder if he's going to bring up how that contrasts to what he heard the few nights prior.
You know what I mean? Like, you hear somebody up here get down here very fast, you know, and it's like, you just kind of know what happened. Okay. And it's like, and the reason that, like, I've never said anything about it, or I was just kind of minding my own business, is because I literally found out that this happened so often, and they were known by the local police here or whatever, that all the neighbors just stopped calling because the police were tired of it, pretty much. Like, not like tired of it, you know, but it was like, what you mean, though. It was just like, it was an every week thing, you know, once or twice a week. So it was like,
just another sad detail. And as a society, we need to figure out how we want to address this, because it happens so often that we see these abusive relationships, we try to call for help, and then nothing changes. So then we just turn a blind eye to it. It's, oh, well, that's what's going to happen. That's just how they are. And honestly, how can you blame them when the police have been called so many times and it just keeps happening? And I keep thinking, like, how were they not just locked away, both of them, for so long because of this many encounters with the police? She called the police on him 19 times in the past year. Not 19, sorry, 16 times in the past year before she murdered him. And almost all of those times were ones that she called them, wanted them to scare him, and then she would send them away. And that's why he only got arrested 2 or 3 times out of that, or I don't know how many times. But he got arrested very small percentage versus the number of times she called the police on him. So he's right. The police were tired of it. The neighbors were tired of it. And so they just stopped doing anything to try to fix or to try to help. But we see what happens when we do that, when we give up on these cases that seem like lost causes. And you even see that with Melissa, the property manager. She said after a while she stopped hearing things. Well, yeah, because they just stopped telling you. Nothing changed. No one could help and nothing was getting better. So why even bother?
I don't know. And then there was the one night I was standing on my back patio, I was smoking a cigarette, and then she just randomly walked over and, like, started talking to me about how she, like, knows I can hear stuff. And then she was just like, if you ever hear anything, like, get really loud or whatever, like, just, you know, keep quiet about it. Like, pretty much, like, she was like, respectfully, like, try to mind your own, like, keep it to yourself, you know? Okay. I was like, okay. I was like, whatever, you know?
Nope. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. This seems out of another abuser's playbook. Let me go around and tell people. I mean, male abusers don't normally do something like this, but to go around and just be like, yeah, if you hear us screaming and yelling at each other, just look the other way. It's one thing. I have seen scenarios, or not seen, but I've heard of scenarios where the abusive partner is within eyeshot or earshot, and that person and the victim goes up and tells people to not worry and to not look into things. But it seemed like this was on her own with George not around, based off of what he's saying, if you hear anything, just ignore it. To me, that translates into, because we know that she was screaming all the time, yelling, angry. We know she's an angry drunk. She gets revved up constantly of, if you hear me screaming at him, don't say anything, because then things will get physical and yada, yada. And I think that's probably the reason that Melissa, the property manager, stopped hearing things, because remember, she said that she would have to keep going up to them and was basically warning them of like they can't keep hearing these things. And that's when they sobered up and they said, we need to get help, we have an issue, we're going to do better. So I'm guessing their get help was going around to everyone in the neighborhood and say, if you hear us doing the exact same thing we've been doing, getting drunk and fighting, just don't say anything. Mind your own business. And he said it almost hesitantly. I absolutely could hear her saying something on the lines of mind your own business about it. Like starting this sweet, oh, you know, if you hear anything like that, you know, mind your own business. No, I don't like that detail. Makes me feel weird.
You do you, I'll do me.
Pretty much. That,
Yeah,
you know, I go to
gotcha.
school down here. You know, I'm from New Jersey. I don't live in Florida. You know, I'm just here to do my school and live my life, you know.
Okay, Jersey Shore. Now I get it. The whole vibe makes sense. He's giving off very trustworthy vibes. I don't feel like he has an agenda or is lying or is hiding anything. So I'm enjoying his insights.
And it's like, so for her to tell me, like, don't really pay attention, I was just like, all right, you know.
How long ago was that, you think?
A few months, probably like 3.5, 4 months ago, probably. You know, she was just like telling me, like, just keep quiet, like, if you hear it, pretty much. And I was just like, whatever.
Okay. Did you ever hang out with them on the back porch?
Yeah,
That?
yeah.
You've hung out with them?
Yeah, I have, and it was like...
Oh, okay, interesting. So like I said, I balance out people's opinions in this situation based off of who has spoken to whom, and it looks like he has spoken to both halves, unlike his roommate who has only spoken to Sarah. So now I'm more inclined to honestly just believe his take on things because he has a clearer, broader picture of things.
Not for like long periods of time, but like, you know, I'm a musician, so like they heard me playing guitar the one day, so they asked me to come over and tune their son's guitar. So I tuned their son's guitar for them and everything, and I was playing on the back porch because, you know, I write songs, so they were like asking me if they can hear it and everything. And I was like, yeah, sure. I had nothing going on, so.
Okay, Jersey Surf is a musician. See, like I said earlier in a joking way about Abraham, writers, this is how you write a background character. A nice, interesting background that provides contextual details that explain how they form their perceptions about things. The first roommate seemed very more analytical, step one, step two, very concise and clear answers. I don't know what he was studying at school, so I'm just going off that based off of assumptions. And then this guy is a musician and has more narrative-based answers and is a little more free-form. So it's just interesting to see how different personalities can view the same situation.
I went back there and I was hanging out with them and I was playing some guitar, and I did it a few times, and then I was actually in their apartment a few times. Like, he was an artist and he was showing me like a bunch of his paintings and like artist drawings and stuff like that. So.
Whoa, finally, this is where that came from. I've said in the past that I heard that he was an artist, but I didn't really know where that detail came from, and it came from him. So, yeah, he was an artist. That's great. And this is what feeds into my first assumption analysis in the body cam footage, the crime scene body cam footage video. When she kept saying we were doing puzzles, we were doing artwork, Abraham described it as arts and crafts with the child. Everything was framed in this very infantilizing form, and no one really gave acknowledgement that this was one of his passions or that he was probably pretty good at it in some way. And that when she said we were trying to replace the artwork off the wall, that I went down my rabbit hole, my conspiratorial rabbit hole, and that he didn't want to replace his own artwork on the wall, that she wanted to replace his artwork with, quote, our artwork. And you will hear how she never says his artwork. Every time she refers to artwork, we were taking our artwork off the wall, we were placing our art this, our art that. And maybe she was also artistic. I mean, she did make that circus poster, but that was more font wise and not really artistic wise. Anyway, so yeah, I still have that belief of she probably trivialized anything he was good at, right? Because she had to be the superior one with the straight A's this, straight A's that, and I know what a thesaurus is this. I don't know how not to abuse adjectives that, because she will never say if he was good at anything. The only time you hear a good quality coming from her mouth in reference to George is directly tied to her. I was helping him be X. I was making him better Y. He did this because of me, Z. So I actually wish we could have seen some of his paintings to get a better picture of, literally a better picture of who he was.
I mean, like, they were cool people.
Yeah.
But like, there was something going on, especially with Sarah. You know what I mean? Like, there was something going on with her. Like, you could even tell. You know, it was like she wasn't like, all there. You know.
Just another person saying that she was primarily the weird one in this. And again, Scott's hearing this. They have all of this in mind when they go to interrogate her. Wait, no, they don't. The interrogation was on the 25th. So all of these interviews are after her interrogation. So the reverse is happening. They're having the context of her false answers being basically ripped apart by all of these third parties. So they 100% know she's lying because they don't know what the interrogation said. But they're basically asking them the exact same questions that they went over. So yeah, they're going down the line and everything, all of their stories are lining up. All of her answers are not.
Okay. Now, as far as like their drinking habits, did you notice, were they heavy drinkers?
Oh,
did they drink at all? Or?
God, whoa. Like, that's like, I mean, like, it was so bad. It wasn't all the time, but it was like there was some mornings where I'd be leaving for school at 9 a.m. and I'd like see him like stumbling off the sidewalk right here, you know, like that drunk at 9 o'clock in the morning, or like even earlier sometimes. It's like, it's ridiculous sometimes. But I do have to say, whenever her son was around, that was the only, like, the times where I never saw them ever drinking. That was the only time, you know what I mean? But like, other than that, it was like.
Just another one who thinks it's almost comical to ask if they drank a lot, because they were always obliterated, more often than not. But what I will say are people, especially people who interject positive qualities about certain situations, actually do build more credibility because it's not them just giving one bad narrative. They're trying to give a full picture. And he already knows how bad this scene is. So there's no negatives in saying any positive thing about them. And I think that them trying to be better around the son is something that's also consistent. That people say they try to not act as bad as they are when the sun is over. So you get a C+ for effort.
They were drunk all the time. All the time.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And it was very visible, you know what I mean? They were like functioning alcoholics, you know what I mean? It was like they had to drink to get through the day, type thing. You know?
Did you know their drink of choice?
No, I'm not sure.
When you were hanging out with them, you never.
No, because like when I was hanging out on the back porch, they weren't drinking. We were just honestly sitting there, and we were smoking cigarettes, and I was just like playing some guitar. But yeah, they weren't actually drinking that day.
Okay.
And even when I was in the house, I didn't see anything that was like a bottle or anything that they would drink. Yeah.
Okay. How old are you?
20.
20.
Yes.
I'm gonna make an assumption here.
Okay.
And I don't mean no disrespect by it, but I'm assuming as a 20-year-old, you have smelled what marijuana smells like when it's burning.
Of course.
Now, have you ever noticed that coming from their place?
No.
They're not smokers.
Definitely not. I don't believe they're like towards like any type of drug. You know what I mean? Like,
honestly, not saying drugs are good, but it might have helped mellow them out or something. Because alcohol is a depressant, so your only substance that you're abusing is a depressant. Dang.
Good, how are you?
I don't think they like were on any type of drug. You know what I mean? It was just like very visible, like
they were
alcohol.
drinkers.
You know, because like I've had like uncles and stuff that have dealt with it, so like I just know what it looks like to be a heavy alcoholic. You know, and it's just like that's what it looked like. That they just had a lot of drinking problems. You know.
I got you. Yeah. Sorry, I'm about to sneeze.
Oh, you're fine. God bless you.
Thank you.
No problem.
Were you home on Sunday by chance?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you hear anything?
Yeah, actually, I did. Yeah, that night. So I was reading the article online about what happened and everything, and like, it's just like that story is just like it doesn't match like what we heard. You know what I mean? Like.
Whoa. So media was already out on this before these interviews, which, I mean, it makes sense. But just to have that confirmation that they did hear these stories and then the police came to talk to them. I don't know what that says about their answers. I don't think that's good or bad either way, but it is interesting. And it is probably the reason why they are more willing to be so open, because it's like, oh, she's just trying to say it was a happy game of hide and seek gone wrong. No, I've actually seen her like this constantly. She is not the innocent one she is proclaiming to be right now. And honestly, they may have been nicer if she just owned up and said, yeah, I was an alcoholic nonstop. This was a terrible decision. We were in an abusive relationship. I did not mean to kill him. I don't know what to do. I don't know what happened. You know, I don't know. But that requires telling the truth and even admitting to herself that she killed him. I still don't think that she has. She knows she was responsible, but she will not see in herself that she killed him.
Me and my roommate heard, it's just like, it wasn't that quiet. Like the whole, like, it was a joke or whatever, or like whatever, you know. But it was too loud.
Okay.
Like I literally I don't know about the whole, like, what the suitcase deal was and everything, but it was just,
let's do this. Let's back you up.
Yeah.
And I want to kind of get this to flow through.
Okay.
What time did you get up Sunday?
In the morning?
Yeah.
I will say that Scott did a great job recentering. Chelsea sometimes likes to overtalk people and like more leading questions, but Scott did a good job of pausing, rewinding, and now asking open-ended questions again. Because he doesn't need to know his opinion on the media coverage. He wants to know the literal facts of what happened.
Sunday, I was up at 4:30. I was going to work, yeah.
Holy cow. What time did you get home?
I got home at 1 o'clock.
So you were at home at 1.
Yeah.
Did you take a nap or anything, or you just power your way through?
No. Because I get home and then I have class the next morning on Monday. So like I just stay up so I don't have trouble sleeping at night.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
So I just power through the day.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you get home at 1. Was there already noise going on? It was quiet?
Yeah. It was. I didn't truthfully I didn't hear anything until like and before like the whole loud noise and everything. I just heard like the normal yelling at the verbal yelling and like the whole like arguing. I hate you, blah blah blah.
Whoa, I hate you. So this wasn't even just arguing. This wasn't even tell them how you choke me, tell them what you do, screaming, yelling. One or both of them saying, I hate you. All the malicious and horrible things she said on that recording. And she had the audacity to say that this was not malicious. Wow.
Whatever.
That was going to be my next question. What kind of stuff were you hearing?
Yeah, it was just like the normal, like, it sounds like a normal couple.
So it wasn't like a really elevated screaming. It was just
No, it was elevated screaming, but it was like normal, like...
Their normal
it was like...
Screaming.
Yeah, pretty much,
I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is another crazy detail. Scott's trying to be like, oh yeah, normal yelling. No, it's elevated. It's extreme, but normal. And I get what he's saying, but wow. Also, poor these guys for having to live next to that constantly. Also, now I'm here. I got this cringe thought of like, from always hearing loud noise and yelling and arguing to one day just hearing nothing forever, since they're now both out of that place, must be a little weird, but that's neither here nor there.
So that's the normal back and forth. So that was basically going on starting when you got home.
I would say probably a little later in the afternoon. Later in the afternoon there. Probably around like 7 o'clock. It's like, because I feel like that's when like the drinks are settling in and they get a little more violent toward each other, and it's like...
And that matches up exactly with George's brother, who says at 7:30 she was already yelling. So around this 7 o'clock time, things were already yelling. The other roommate came back at around 8. All of these stories are consistent, and it all points to the same narrative of it was not a good day.
Were they outside, or was this all inside? You remember?
It's sad. Truthfully, when I'm home and stuff, like I'm a music producer, so I'm on my laptop a lot in my room, so like from what I heard in my room, it sounded like they were directly across from me, or like directly across and up. So like either in the rooms there, or like downstairs in the living room in that area right there. So
did you go out on the back to smoke at all that night?
No, actually, I quit smoking. I smoke a vape now, so I stay in my apartment now. It's just a little vape now.
Good for you.
Yeah,
oh, that's a big thing. I mean,
well, yeah, and after the law changed and everything, I can't buy them anymore, so I kind of got forced into it, you know. So it was like, this is just like I needed it to like kind of ease the cigarettes off, but we're working at just trying to go completely off it, you know.
Good for you, Jersey Surf. I like when they can have like humanizing moments in the midst of such a tragic conversation.
Okay, so but you're in your room. How late did you stay up that night, you think?
I was up pretty late. I stay up pretty late every night. You know, I just get so lost in my music. I was up probably till like 1 a.m. that night, probably, right around there. Yeah. And then, like I said, we were just talking about it before, me and my roommate, actually. That night, right around, it was probably right around 10:30, 11 o'clock maybe, is when I heard, like, it get escalated, you know, like the voices got louder, they were yelling, whatever, and then like it got quiet for a little while, and then I heard this really loud like slamming noise. Excuse me.
Do you know about what time that was?
Right around 11:15. It was about 15 minute span there, you know. And
whoa, a few things there. One, he confirms that he heard them arguing before and that it just kept escalating and escalating. So every time she's saying it was a good night, no one laid a hand on anyone, everything was great, they're literally having a screaming match at this point. And then it gets quiet, which is a horrifying thought to think of, because that's when she was zipping him up in the suitcase in some way, shape, or form. I mean, here's the thing. We all knew the hide and seek was bullshit, and now this just blows that wide open. I don't think you can hide and seek while screaming at each other, getting louder and louder, and then it gets quiet. No. My belief now is that this argument kept getting louder and louder. Maybe he got physical with her in some way, like pushing her off or something, because she likes to overreact with violence disproportionately. And she feels justified because she's smaller and a woman, and she plays on all of these tropes constantly. So I'm not just pulling that out of nowhere. That is what she plays on. So in her mind, she is justified by escalating the violence to a level that is otherworldly. So the reason he kept asking about that bat, especially when he was talking about it to Brian, looking at my runtime, we were talking to Brian 2 hours ago, but he was asking what type of bat. So I'm imagining that bat looks beat up, dented, might have blood on it, what have you. It would not shock me if he had done something to her, separate distance, maybe a push, maybe just said the wrong word, who knows. Set her off, she grabs the bat, she knocks him out, and that's why it got quiet for a while. And then he gets put in the suitcase. And people are like, how could she put him in the suitcase? He weighed like 100 pounds, less than 110 pounds. Fun fact, women can pick up 100 pounds or more. That's not otherworldly to imagine. So, and if the suitcase was already brought out, she could definitely drag an unconscious body in there and just zip it up and have a whatever. Because odds are, if y'all are in a shouting match, he's not going to playfully say, let me see if I can fit in the suitcase while we are mid-argument. Or he's not going to say, let me get out of this argument by pretending to hide in a suitcase. So I definitely 100% now believe that she attacked him with that bat. Well, not 100%, but remember, I like to make bold claims. She 100% took that bat, knocked him out, put him in the suitcase, quiet time, crashing down the stairs. Which leads into the second point. He now says that happened around 11:15. So within a 15-minute time frame. The first video was taken at 11:12. So it would make sense. Let's fudge the time frame. Let's just say it was 10 minutes. And 10 minutes after it got quiet at around 10:30 to 11, he gets thrown down and you hear the huge crash. So he could have just immediately fallen down when she took out the phone, because I could definitely hear her being like, oh my gosh, you just fell down. Can you believe what you did to me? And now you have to learn your lesson. Remember when you drug me down the stairs by my hair yesterday? Well, what if I kick you down the stairs while you're in a suitcase? Ha ha ha, isn't that funny? Now look at you. You're flipped upside down. So let me flip you over and then pull out my phone and taunt you and then tell you to shh. And then magically go upstairs and accidentally fall asleep.
And
when you say a slamming noise, does it sound like something hit the wall?
Like something like was bouncing down the stairs between the railing and the wall and the stairs. Like all the way down. Like, you know, and it was clear because like my roommate even said it too, like he heard it up here and it kind of went away from him, and he's the front room here.
Yeah.
And I'm in the back, so it was kind of like it was in the middle of the house
coming at
and
you.
Came right at me, and it was literally right next to me. And I've never felt this before, but that night I was explaining to him the next day because he had said he heard the noise, and I was like, dude, I felt the wall shake. Like it was literally like such a powerful hit against the wall, like the wall shook and I felt it.
Wow, so that is a wild crash. But he even places a clearer picture. So the front of their place, so towards the door where the first roommate lives, would be the top of the stairs in Sarah and George's place. So the reason why Brandon heard a large crash and that a shaking, that's what he said. And he was in the front, which would have been the top of the stairs. And so Vincent lives in the back of their place, which would be closer towards the bottom of the staircase. And that's why he said he had never heard anything louder than that before, and that it was shaking. That is very heartbreaking, which explains a lot of injuries all over his body that Sarah's like, I don't know how he could have gotten that. Have no idea. As if the loudest crash and wall shaking, even if you are blackout drunk, you are remembering that. And she is saying she wasn't drunk at all. So if you are not drunk at all and you are not intoxicated while y'all are playing this game, you have no memory of him falling down the stairs in the loudest crashing. She had to have known that other people could hear. I believe she was drunk enough not to care. But wow. And then the clearer the picture gets, the more vicious and malicious her behavior becomes. Because it's one thing to start doing something horrible, but then realizing you're doing something horrible and then trying to stop that. And that's still not great. You still did it anyway. But that just shows, oh, I'm doing something bad. I'm acknowledging I'm doing something bad, and I would like that to stop. No, every single sign, she kept doubling down again and again. Arguments wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to hit him. It wasn't enough to push him down the stairs. It wasn't enough to film him. It wasn't enough to taunt him. It wasn't enough to flip him over again and again. You had to go upstairs and fall asleep because you wore yourself out beating him up.
And that was like something that where I was like, I kind of looked at the wall and I was just like, that was a little much. Yeah, a little much. But like, I thought, and this whole time I really, really thought it was like him, you know what I mean, like going off or whatever. But
and that is another huge point right there. We all thought that it was him raging. Everyone did before we found out more knowledge. So what does that say about us?
Like I said, I don't know what happened inside, but that's just like what I heard. And it sounded like it was just bouncing, you know what I mean, like down the stairs between like the wall and like.
And that was like a 11:15, you said?
Yeah, it was like, because we heard like yelling and stuff around like 10:30, 10:45ish, and then it got quiet for like 20-30 minutes maybe, and then maybe like between 15 and 30 minutes around there.
No worries.
And it was like then that loud noise, and then I heard like shuffling around, and then just we both heard it at the same time. It just got silent.
Wow, that's even more, like the little details are adding up. So now it wasn't even, I thought the quiet was around 15 minutes max. Now it's 15 to 30 minutes. That is definitely more than enough time, more than enough quiet time to get him zipped inside of there. And then after that 15 to 30 minutes, you heard the crash. So we actually don't know when he got in that suitcase, how long he was in there beforehand. Could only hope that it happened soon after. But... And then he heard the big loud crash and then heard shuffling. That could only have been one person. Only one person was able to move. So that is Sarah shuffling. And shuffling, normally you don't hear that in a slow sense. Normally shuffling means someone was moving quicker or not slowly. So she quickly went down there. And all of these cognitive processes, this decision making, the flipping him over, the kicking the down, the choosing to go down there quickly and taking out your phone, this and that, that shows a higher level of cognition at the time. Whether you were drunk or not, you were with it enough to be able to make decisions, make choices, and execute them. Again, bad choice of words.
I was just like, okay, I guess it's over. You know, I guess that was like the last, like, then they're done. Like, I guess they walked away from each other.
You didn't hear anything after that?
After that, not loud enough to where I could hear it through the wall. You know what I mean? I don't know if anything happened.
Did you hear muffled anything, or
no,
just nothing? I mean, dead quiet.
Dead quiet after that. Because, like, you know, the walls aren't thin, but they're not thick.
Yeah, no, I got it.
I mean,
so they could have been over there talking normally, and you would never know.
Yeah, because like if they're having normal conversation and stuff, no. But like when they're fighting and they're arguing, you can clear. It's like being on the other side of a bedroom wall, you know, because it's apartments and they're so close.
But at 11:15, that's the last thing you heard. And what you heard was a thump.
Yeah,
on the stairway.
it was right about that time, like right around 11:15. Yeah, 11:15ish. Yeah.
And you were up till about 1, and you heard nothing else.
No. Nothing. I heard, like I said, like a little shuffling around down there, and then that was it.
Okay, little detail, but he says he can't hear things normally if they're just normally taunting, meaning he didn't hear her taunting him while he's in the suitcase. They can only hear when they're yelling, which means that the arguments were intense, regardless of how much she wants to play them down. If he could hear it, it means it was elevated enough to that point. Also, if he could hear the shuffling, that means the shuffling was loud enough to be heard from the other side of the wall. So that tells me it is a little more frantic shuffling. It leads more to the quicker type of shuffling. So I believe she knows what she was doing. I believe she was shocked at what she did at first, maybe, and then goes down there, and once she sees it, revels in this power and gets lost in it to the point where she has to film it.
Did you hear anything, like, could you make out what they're... Hey, have him grab his buddy's stuff, his food, please. I feel bad your stuff is on the ground and they're going inside.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Scott, good for you, being nice, looking out. I will say, Scott is just really nice overall, it seems. I don't think I've seen him come out of pocket with anyone. So, good for you, Scott.
When they were yelling earlier, could you make out anything, or is it just kind of...
It's kind of just like I was saying, it's like you can like hear the whole like, I hate you, like, and then like you clearly... Thank you, bro. You can clearly hear like some like the I hate yous and the clear like cursing at each other.
So the only thing he remembers is how much he heard them say, I hate you, and cursing at each other. Miss Boone, former Miss Boone Esquire, when you get up on that stand and you tell your story, good luck. Good luck.
And stuff, and you know.
I'm going to bring my partner over here.
Okay.
I'm going to introduce her onto the recording. This is Chelsea Kepsel. She's actually the lead investigator on this case. I'm going to kind of surmise what you told me for her, and if at any point I'm misquoting you, please stop me, okay?
Of course, yeah, sure.
He got up Sunday morning, went to work about 4:30, got home about 1. Things were quiet till probably about 7. He said that then he hears the arguing. He said it's the normal. He's in his bedroom. He can hear the I hate you going back and forth, you know, at a pretty much high volume, which is their normal arguing voice. This continues on pretty much throughout the night, but at right about 10:30, you hear a lot of arguing, right? It gets a little bit escalated at that point.
Yeah, it got louder.
And then right around 11:15, they hear this, he hears this banging coming down the stairs. He said here's bang, bang, bang. You can tell it's coming down the stairs because it starts and then it stops right next to him. And when it stopped, he said something just slammed the wall. He said it shook the wall. He said that was the first time he's ever felt like the whole wall shake like that. Mm-hmm. He said after that it was quiet. He was up till about 1 o'clock. But prior to that, I was just trying to. Did you hear any threatening anything prior to that? Was anybody screaming, "I'm going to kill you"? Or
no, I never heard anything like that. Not that night.
Have you heard that in the past?
No, I've never. Not that I can recall, truthfully. Like I can't remember ever hearing like "I'm going to kill you" or like any type of like threat towards each other like that. But like I've also like it's very visible with them sometimes.
Right.
It used to be, like it'd be very loud arguing, and then the next morning you see her outside and bruises on her face, or him out here with like scratch marks everywhere, bruises everywhere, it's like.
So just another person saying they saw marks all over George. So Melissa, the property manager, said she never saw any marks on him, but we have Abraham, we have George's brother, we have George's neighbor, who now confirmed they saw marks all over him and scratch marks all over him. And kind of Brian also confirms this too, because he confirms his own injuries with Sarah, that he would have scratch marks, and he's called them claws marks all over him as well, which is honestly really sad because he said he had restraint and never fought back, and I believe that. So she just got comfortable being very physical with a man that she didn't agree with or something, or wanted to get violent with or something. And Brian even says that he doesn't think George had restraint and that he would hit her back sometimes. But then he followed up with, so every time he got arrested, she could have started it, because he knows that is a possibility based off of his lived experience. So for her, who was able to be physical with her partner for almost 20 years, now is in a relationship with someone who gets physical in return with her. So then she has to keep amping it up because she can't be the one getting hit. You're supposed to be the one who just takes it. And then we make up the next day and you forgive me again and again and again. So I definitely feel for Brian. I feel for George. And when two people who are on opposing sides, more or less, ex versus the current, both have the same injuries, I am more inclined to believe that they were caused by the same person.
It's just very visible what was going on and everything. Right. And it was just like I was saying before, I just there was a time where she literally came up to me and she was like, no matter like what you hear, pretty much, like just kind of keep quiet about it, respectfully, like mind your own business. And I was just like, okay, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, the details still didn't sit right with me, but I was wondering why she was so passive aggressive, because we know she likes to be like, if I may please, well, respectfully, if you do, please, please, and she'll insert these niceties in a very snarky way. And that's kind of how this sounds. Like, respectfully, can you mind your own business? And I'm like, why would she do that if she's just trying to? Then it dawned, the property manager kept coming over because they kept getting noise complaints. So it wasn't purely, I think it was both, wasn't purely her trying to manipulate the situation of, I know I'm going to be yelling a lot, so I need you to not say anything and mind your business so that I'm fine. Well, it bleeds into the same thing, but her main motive was, I need people to stop calling the property manager because I need to be the one who calls the property manager. So mind your own business. Yeah, we're going to get loud. Yeah, we're going to argue, but you don't need to tell our property manager on us. So respectfully, mind your own business.
Okay.
You
remember when that was?
About 3.5, 4 months ago.
Okay.
Yeah. Not too long ago, but not like very, very recent.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Okay. Well,
he said the arguing was nightly. He said the reason the front office hasn't heard anything more is because everybody just kind of gave up calling.
Yeah, it was like
Would you complain in the past or no?
No, I never did. It was because like they've been here for so long, and all the other neighbors around here we've been here for so long and stuff, and like I was talking to some other people that I met through the school that live in the apartment complex and everything, and they were saying like, people just don't really like them all that much, they were like very, I guess it was just the way they came across, with everybody, it was just like they're the way they presented themselves. You know, they were
Right.
always drunk, like I was saying before, like always, like sun up to sun down type, like all the time. And it was like, I guess people just didn't really want to interact. Yeah, because it's like, you know, I'm sure you guys have interacted with people who are very over the limit, like drunk and stuff, and it gets very annoying after a while, you know. So it's like conversations can't last more than like 2 minutes tops, and it's just like everybody wants to go, you know. But they're always consistent about like being there, and that's why nobody really liked them all that much, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anything that I haven't asked you about that you think would be good for us to know about this or them?
I don't think so. I think I've pretty much like covered everything like that I thought was, you know, necessary from that night or whatever. Like what I've heard, you know, in the past and everything, that was just like, it was just, you could tell it was just a very violent relationship that was never gonna do any good, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? Like it was just a very toxic relationship that had a lot of problems.
Could you do me a favor, raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm everything we've talked about is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can put your arm down. The time is approximately 16:08 hours. I'm stopping the recording. What's a good phone number?
18:08 hours. 16.
Sorry.
It's 6:08.
And that was it for Jersey Surf Vincent. I think he gave a great interview so far. Abraham and Jersey Surf are my favorites. I think they really illuminated a lot and gave some very specific and interesting details that I think were pretty objective. You know, they didn't paint one side really better. I mean, yeah, they did. They brought out faults in both and tried to bring out strengths in both as well. And both of them mentioned that around the child, they tried to be on their best behavior. Obviously, that wasn't always, but that does make me happy on some level. And so off of this, we got a clearer time frame about when things got violent, how things were getting violent. We learned that there was a lot of, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. So this whole, it was the best day ever, we've had really great days, out the window. Because it's not even that she lies, is that she lies so egregiously that it is the exact opposite of what happened. So I think that's, you know, it makes more sense why she didn't answer Brian's phone calls. I think she was up all night trying to come up with a story because she knows things have been bad. She has to try to frame it as things have been great. So she has to go through all the details. I still want to see those Google searches because I can guarantee she probably looked up stuff about intentional versus unintentional murder and what the different levels of crime could be. And then she was probably going through, well, how can I get Brian involved? That's why I think she called him at 11:47 after all this went down, after all her shuffling. After that, she might have panicked and realized, oh, wait, I actually did kill him. He's not moving. Because another thing that always was weird to me is when she says she went down in the morning, afternoon, you know, 12, whatever, and she found him. She's like, I found him in the suitcase and nothing was happening and he wasn't moving. So then I unzipped him 3 times, which I'll bring up in the interrogation because that's important there. But it's almost like she was checking to see if there was movement before unzipping him. You imagine the normal person would say, as soon as they saw the suitcase, they immediately unzipped him, and then there wasn't any movement. She says, and there wasn't any movement, so I unzipped him. Part of me feels like she knows there wasn't movement for a long time, even maybe before she unzipped him, and maybe she fell asleep upstairs because she was trying to figure out what to do with everything, and then forgot that she actually left him there because, and honestly, whoa, I'm going on my own thought brain, my own like logic train right now of why wouldn't she let him out the suitcase if she knows that he's dead? And that's probably in terms of evidence and cleanliness or whatever, because, you know, she's this straight A student trying to figure out how do I get away with murder. And someone says that some things that she says are ripped from the movie Hide and Seek. I haven't seen the part that they're talking about, But if she was coming up with the story and she did reference movies, then, you know, that could be why none of this makes sense. The movie Hide and Seek, she probably, and now she wants to say that they were playing hide and seek. Because I think the movie, like the horror movie, Hide and Seek, came out that same year or recently. So that might not be either here nor there, but it does just show that her story makes absolutely no sense with everyone else's story. All right, we're moving on to our last interview, and this is actually shorter, so not too much longer. Our last interview is Brian's second interview, and then we will be out of here.
Today's date is March 1st, 2020. The time now is approximately 16:41 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. I am on the phone with, can you state your name, sir?
Brian Boone.
And I have a couple follow-up questions that I wanted to ask Brian Boone in reference to this case. Brian, just give me your date of birth for me.
5.
Okay. And do you promise and swear everything we're going to talk about is going to be true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay.
Side note, this is how they should have been swearing people in this entire time. They keep forgetting and then start swearing people in at the end. And I'm like, why would you do that? Because if you have a bad interview, like they did with Sarah, and you swear them in at the end, they could just say, no, I didn't tell the truth. So yeah, good thing that she swore him up top. Not that she needs to worry about him per se, but they need to get in that habit.
So we had a conversation about the incident and your involvement a few days ago, earlier this week, I believe on Tuesday. And after looking through Sarah's call logs, I noticed that she called you on February 23rd, which would be the Sunday night at around 23:46 hours, which that's military time, but in normal time, that's 11:46 hours.
And here it is. Whoops. First of all, I've been saying 11:47, whatever, 11:46. But this is the phone call that he had deleted. And I wondered how they found that out, because she took a picture of his call logs and they found it out from Sarah's call logs that she called him, which makes him look a little sketch. Why did we not see this call on your phone, Mr. Boone? Which is another sidebar. I really hate that she still has his name, and I feel really bad for him because she's pretty much just drugged the Boone name through the dirt. I really wish I knew her maiden name, because I would refer to her as that, you know, get her to her own family and not ruining other people's families. But yeah, why we deleting calls?
Do you recall that phone call?
I do, well, somewhat. I was asleep when she called. So she woke me up. I was half asleep when I was talking to her. She did sound very inebriated.
Okay.
I don't remember what all she said. I'm kind of used to her calling drunk late at night and things like that, so it didn't faze me as anything out of the ordinary. I basically just kind of got her off the phone and told her I'm going back to sleep and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
And that tracks with what he said earlier. He said that in the past, she has called him at all kinds of hours, telling him to come get her because she wants to flee from him, or she wants this, she wants that, any myriad of reasons she might call him. And he said that he would ignore them. So that is consistent. So even though he did not acknowledge this phone call happened, things like this have happened in the past and do fit her MO. And he said she sounded extremely drunk, which we know, since that was after the 2 videos she filmed, she absolutely was belligerent. It's just wild to me that this was all within like a half hour of this whole incident. Is after she tortures this man to death, she calls her ex. I can't even begin to imagine how her mind works.
Okay. You said that she sounded inebriated, like she was drunk?
Yeah, I mean, she didn't sound like, it's hard. I was half asleep at the time. I don't think I remember hearing anything bad in the background or anything that would have caused me concern, but I don't really remember it that well.
Which also tracks because at that point it was dead silent, and I keep using the worst words. It's not intentional. I'm sorry. It was completely silent in there, so that makes sense. Oh no, I just said not intentional, didn't I?
Okay, but she was under the influence of alcohol based off of your knowledge of just knowing her and knowing when and when she's not under the influence.
Yeah. As soon as I heard her start talking, I almost kind of just zoned out away from it because she says all kinds of nonsense when she does this late at night, and I was trying to get her off the phone so I could go back to sleep.
Okay.
Which is what everyone else says when they're trying to get out of a conversation with her as well.
So, do you remember her saying anything specifically about George?
I don't think so. I don't really remember. I really don't remember much of the conversation, honestly.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to go with my gut feeling. That does not sound like a confident answer. That sounds a little wishy-washy to me. I believe she absolutely brought up George, and that's probably why he zoned out, because why does he need to hear about him for the millionth time? It's been mentioned in the past that she will hand Brian the phone when she's in an argument with George, and will call him up and then have him speak to George. I don't think they actually did have conversations, but that was her intention for doing that. So I wouldn't be surprised at that at all. He was way too hesitant for me. He has been very confident and clear with a lot of his other answers. He has been able to say yes or no pretty confidently. And if you don't even remember that conversation, I'm pretty sure you would be able to confidently answer that if she did not bring him up. But I think you know she did. But you might not know exactly what she said the whole time. I believe it was probably belligerent ramblings that he is now, in hindsight, starting to put together more. But I don't know.
I appreciate it. Okay, and the phone conversation lasted for a little over 2 minutes, if I'm not mistaken?
May have been, yeah.
Okay.
2 minutes is not a short amount of time. I'm going to try to make this little break 2 minutes, so just forewarning, just so we can get a sense of how long that would take and how much you can get accomplished in 2 minutes worth of talking. So far, what we've heard is that, if we're just looking at the video that she took, the original longer video, to my understanding, is 2 minutes. So that infamous video that has been played over and over again is around the same length as the belligerent conversation that he had with her on the night of. Now, what could they have been talking about? I have no idea, but I do believe that she was belligerent, and 2 minutes of belligerent ramblings, you are going to remember something. So while he was probably trying to get her off of the phone, I do believe that. I believe that he was sleeping or close to sleep. Why? Because school was in the morning and he has a son he has to drop off. So that does make sense. But who knows exactly what they were talking about? I do not believe that she could have a whole night of arguing with George, a whole night of this big event, fighting, yelling, saying I hate you, kicking him down the stairs, filming him at this point. At this point, we know that she has filmed 2 videos and taken pictures. And then you call your ex, and we are supposed to believe she didn't bring up George? She 100% brought up George. That has been the only thing on her mind this entire time since at least 7:30, when we know from the brother that they started arguing. And odds are they were arguing before that. I mean, Vincent said he eyeballed it around 7-ish, so it probably started even before he called his brother. So we're wrapping up here, but what I just did is around 2 minutes worth of a phone call.
And you said that is kind of normal for her to call you late at night, or just kind of whenever she's under the influence and she's kind of just babbling on, and you have to try and get her off the phone.
Yeah, it's a thing that happens.
Okay. Okay, so you can't remember anything specific about what she may or may not have said, but she did sound inebriated. Does that sound correct?
Yeah.
And you couldn't hear anything in the background,
Not that.
as far as like arguing or yelling or anything like that? You couldn't hear any of that?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do you know where she was located? Did she ever say?
I was assuming she was at home.
Okay, but she didn't say.
I mean, she didn't have a lot of money. She didn't really go out anywhere, so I assumed she was at home.
Not you calling her broke again. I mean, you're right, but I love how you keep reiterating it.
Okay. But you wouldn't know where in the house she may have been?
No.
Okay, she didn't give you that information. Okay.
Not that I remember. It's possible she said something. I don't really remember, though.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that you think is important for me to know about that phone conversation?
I don't think so.
Does that typically, do you guys talk often? Like, in a day's time, like, do you guys talk daily?
More than I would like.
Chelsea let it slip, but you know that laugh came from the soul. She gets it. Everyone talks to her for longer than she would like to. And I get it. That must be hard on her because she definitely picks up on it, which is why she keeps forcing herself onto people, being like, why won't you listening? Why is no one listening to me? We are listening. It's what you say is so nothing. And you try to make it everyone's everything that we zone out, that no one wants to talk to you. She says she has friends in jail, and I'm glad for her on that, but I know she must wear them out.
Normally, anytime I'm calling her, it's to find out if she's actually going to be picking the child up like she's supposed to.
Right.
Like that next morning with me constantly calling.
Right.
She'll call to talk to or sometimes when she's drunk or she wants me to come pick her up because she's scared of George or, I mean, any number of different things.
Okay, you're kind of like her call person, like she...
Yeah, it's gotten very old over the last couple of years, so I've started to just kind of ignore what she's saying and just try to get her gone as soon as possible.
That is just so wild to me in my mind to, one, be cheating on your partner with this new person. You leave them, you have your divorce, and then you're calling your ex constantly. Oh, I feel scared or nervous about the person I cheated on you with. Can you come get me and make me your problem so I can put all my problems on you? And then, I might go rub our child's head and kiss him and say goodnight or whatever. But really, I'm going to put more emotional labor on you to figure out what to do with me now because of my feelings and the situations that I've put myself in. Because another thing, and this is a small little detail, but it's important, she always says she flees from him. She leaves. She goes upstairs, and I'm going to talk about this a lot in the interrogation video. I know I've been saying that, but she says, I go upstairs, I walk away, I go to sleep, I flee and go over to Brian's. That means he's letting you flee. Your abuser is letting you get away. That is not common. When you're in the middle of a physical altercation and your abuser wants to be physical with you or controlling or demanding, and then you just run away, sometimes just run upstairs, read a book, fall asleep. That blows my mind every time. And she said this multiple times, the idea of she has gotten away from abusive situations by going to sleep. What? As though an abuser will walk up there and say, okay, she's asleep. I guess I'll get her next time. No. She makes choices, and she is allowed to make choices. And to my understanding, no one has shown me any evidence that she has not been able to make choices. That he has actually forced her to do things, forced her to stay places, forced her to do whatever. She may leave because she doesn't want to be there, and she may have been afraid to be there, but no one has told me that she has gotten kicked out. It is always her choice when she wants to leave and when she wants to return.
Right.
Yes, I mean,
honestly, for a long time, I tried to help her out, give her refuge, get away from him, and she just kept bringing him back, and I eventually just gave up on the situation, so...
Which sounds exactly like what George's family did for George. So both sides were trying to separate them, get them together, get them away from each other. However, the most important detail he said was that she would always keep bringing him back. Not that he would come and get her. Every retelling is she would bring him back. The only words that contradict that are her words. When she says he would pursue me, or he would do this, or he would spend all this time with me, and I wanted separation, and I just wanted this, and I wanted that. Well, apparently not. Everyone else who observes you two says you bring him back.
Right. Okay. All right. Do you promise and swear everything that we have talked about has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. This ends the recording at 16:47 hours.
So that was it. That was the end of the interviews. That was the end of this 4.5 hour plus long interview extravaganza, interview deep dive. I feel like a changed person. This has taken many days to complete. So I hope you do enjoy. Oh, there is one last little thing I want to look at, and this isn't part of the interview, but this is back to Rabid Dog's link about the timeline. This was the next thing that came up, and I just felt like I had to show it.
That was investigated 4 years ago, and both our investigators and Department of Children and Families realized that it was consensual. The kid wanted to get in there. The kid wanted the picture being in the suitcase.
So 4 years prior to any of this happening, which means probably right before she started cheating with George, or cheating on Brian with George, she zipped her son in a suitcase and then made a Facebook post about it. Obviously, thank God there's some good Samaritans who called Child Protective Services on them. They did an investigation, found out it, like the officer said, it was consensual. He wanted to be zipped up in there, da-da-da-da. But if you looked at the pictures, it's Brian who's opening it. But you see Brian looking down and then opening it, almost like he's looking up at Sarah, who must be the person who has the camera. And what that tells me, just going off my own personal feelings, is that Brian didn't know this was happening. It sounded to me like hey Brian, come in here. I want to show you something. And he comes in here and he sees a suitcase and he's like, okay. So, and you can tell just by the angles, he's just like looking down and then looking up at like, why are you filming me opening this suitcase just to find his child? We have no idea how he reacted or what he did. I do not think he reacted positively, especially since it was this neglectful parent who was the one who did that and probably thought it was so funny. So funny, in fact, that she made a Facebook post about it and saw nothing wrong with it because I let him out and it was funny. So the fact that she felt so comfortable, and I mean that just like feeds into all of this infantilization of, she treated George like a child in almost every single sense. And so she sees this opportunity and her drunk self connects it back to when she's done it before. And it just feels natural to zip him up in a suitcase like he's your child. And you're just playing games because you were playing a game when you did it with your son. Which is ironic because, well, not ironic, but it's funny that in the interview, she says she would never have locked her kid in a suitcase when she literally did. I'm like, how are you lying about things that are so easily fact checkable, especially when you know CPS came to your place? It's one thing if you had the Facebook post and then nothing happened, then you're like, oh yeah, that didn't happen, whatever. But authorities got involved in this situation. Just like everything else in Sarah Boone's life, she was let off the hook and got what she wanted. But we're finally reaching a place where that runs out. All of her behaviors are more justified through this examination because this is how she's always been. She has been able to strong arm any outcome she wants. And if she doesn't get the outcome she wants, she can make things miserable for the other person. I'll go above you. I'll go below you. I'll lock up your bike. I'll tell all these other people that this happened. I'll accuse your friend of assaulting me. I'll make sure your whole family knows everything you've ever done. I'll go around and I'll tell everyone the story I want them to hear. And she's done the exact same thing in this case. In the last video where we talked about her new 9th lawyer, go check that out if you haven't. There is a part in the JMS behavior log where even one of the guards wrote in there saying, we were having a conversation in a dialogue and she was misrepresenting what I was saying. She was saying words and claims that I did not say. She was patronizing in tone, and I had to end the conversation because she kept going. And that's to an authority figure. Someone that she knows she has to hold some respect towards. Imagine someone she doesn't feel like she has to hold respect towards. Imagine someone she feels above. And I mean, she feels more above everyone else, but imagine someone that she can, make feel that way and can influence in that way. And I don't know. And I keep thinking about the whole thesaurus thing and the big words and the this and the that. And I also think, I don't know this. I don't know. One, I don't know if George spoke Spanish or not. Two, I don't know if that was his first language or not. But if it was his first language, she could easily weaponize an English thesaurus against him using words that most people don't even know and use that as justification for her superiority. It also wouldn't surprise me if she poked fun at him if he ever said anything incorrectly or called him stupid all the time or this or that. It all tracks within her behavior. So yeah, I'm glad we went through all of these interviews. They were extremely eye-opening. They definitely made me more rageful, but I feel like we have such a clearer view of how things went back then. We may not know 100% what happened the night of. We have a way clearer view, and every single story surrounding this, no matter anyone's degree of separation from Sarah, completely contradict what she says on almost every level. And now all of this is going to come out at trial. And because she hasn't been focusing on her case, she fought so hard to get that hard copy discovery. She probably hasn't even read it. She doesn't know any of this stuff that what they've said. Actually, I'm sure she does, but she is just now learning everything of what they said because she didn't want to listen when her other lawyers were telling her about things. See, the lawyers go through all of this tedious, arduous process so that they can shorthand tell you what's happening, tell you your legal options, what's going on in the case, what are your best options, etc., etc. She didn't want to hear that. She wanted to hear every single detail about every little thing imaginable. And that's why no progress ever happened in that case. But she has a 9th lawyer now, and we're about 30 days out, a little over 30 days away from this trial happening. We don't know if she's going to get a continuance. I don't think she will, but it is a possibility. And we just have to play it by ear. She has to combat everything that we just heard and combat her own words. The story has never been consistent and has never been told the same way twice. But yeah, so our next goal, this is it. The next thing I'm going to start working on is the infamous interrogation video. I'm going to be honest up front. The interrogation video is almost the whole reason I wanted to start this channel, because I had so many thoughts and feelings about court cases, and then when I saw this interrogation, I was like, wow, this is mind-blowing. And I have so many comments, so many feelings, so many thoughts. But I didn't do it on that because everyone has done the interrogation video. Everyone known to man has. And so this 58-page letter came out, and I was like, okay, I need to jump on it because this is absurd. And I wanted to have a full background understanding before tackling the interrogation video again. And now we have it. We've done the 2018 body cam footage. We've done the 2019 body cam footage. We've done the 2020 crime scene body cam footage. We've done all of her first interview with the police in her cop car. And we've done all of these interviews with other third-party characters around it. So with this new built context, and if you haven't watched all those videos, go ahead and watch them as we go into this one. And even watch the one about all the letters so that you can see how her behavior has not changed at all, aside from she is no longer drunk 24/7. But keeping all that context in mind when we look at that interrogation video, because that is what sunk her case to the ground. So look out for that. And yeah, if you made it this far, thank you so much. This is my longest video I've ever done. I can't believe, but yeah, so, and it felt like a journey. I feel like a changed person on the other side. So remember, if you enjoyed this, like, comment, subscribe, dislike if you're feeling it. Until next time.